Chapter 1148. Wake. Wake up. Quickly wake up. In a daze, Noah seemed to hear a very pleasant voice calling out to him, causing him to frown slightly. Wake up. Quickly wake up. That very pleasant voice kept echoing in Noah's ears, without a trace of impatience, but with a slight hint of anger. Frankly speaking, this voice really made Noah feel at ease, making him involuntarily want to continue sleeping. But at this time, when his consciousness had somewhat recovered, Noah felt a piercing pain in his body. Feeling the piercing pain coming from his body, no matter how comfortable the voice calling out to him was, Noah couldn't continue sleeping. Immediately, Noah used all his strength to whip his mind, slowly awakening his consciousness and opening his eyes. And when he opened his eyes, Noah heard a somewhat happy and pleasant voice. "Oh. You finally woke up." It was this voice that had been calling out to Noah. With a half-awake consciousness, Noah turned his head with difficulty and looked at the source of the voice. That voice was right beside Noah. It came from a young girl. She looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, was very cute, had a pair of dark green eyes, and a pair of winged ornaments on her head. Her hair was the most dazzling golden color, very curly and very long. She was wearing a cloak, but her feet were bare on the ground. This extremely cute young girl squatted beside Noah, looked at Noah's face, tilted her head, and revealed a happy smile. "I thought you really wouldn't wake up, inconceivable young man." Inconceivable young man. Until now, there was only one person who would call Noah this way. Mavis Viamilio. She was the first president of the fairy tale, the one who once passed on the 3 major spells of the fairy tale to Noah. She was the one who once held the world fragment, the one who was once the first president of the fairy tale. First generation. Noah looked at Mavis in a daze. "Why are you here?" "What? Have you forgotten?" Mavis said very patiently. "You even forgot what happened before you lost consciousness." "What happened before I lost consciousness?" Noah frowned. And it was at that moment that Noah realized it. In his hand, he was tightly holding a strange sword. Impressively, it was the obedient parting sword, Ea. Seeing the obedient parting sword, Ea, in his hand, Noah finally remembered. Acunorloya. The black dragon that existed in the Revelation, with its own strength to destroy a huge country. This black dragon's attack on the heavenly wolf island. Before Noah lost his consciousness, at the very end, at the very end, at the very end, at the very end. Of course, although it was said to be a fight to the death, Noah still hid the power of a god called authority. Originally, Noah was thinking that if even the obedient parting sword, Ea, was unable to defeat Acunorloya's full-strength attack, then he would disregard everything and use authority to destroy Acunorloya. That way, even if this world was destroyed because he used authority before a month had passed, Noah could once again repair it and return everything to its original state. Otherwise, if he was too apprehensive about this world and caused the death of his family, friends, and loved ones in fairy tale, Noah would definitely not forgive himself. But just as Noah was about to use the obedient parting sword, Ea, to fight Acunorloya to the death, he did not expect that Noah's noble artifact and Acunorloya's roar would cause a huge energy collision. When the dazzling light sprinkled down from the sky, Noah knew it. If he did not block it, the heavenly wolf island would definitely not be spared. At that moment, on the heavenly wolf island, another ray of light suddenly appeared, covering the entire heavenly wolf island, including Noah. Then, there was no more then. After that, Noah lost consciousness. The reason why he lost consciousness was probably because of Mavis. "You really surprised me." Mavis blinked her cute pair of big eyes, her face more or less showing some surprise. "Who would have thought that in the fairy sphere, you were actually not affected by the time freeze?" Hearing Mavis' words, Noah was startled at first, but soon after, he realized. Around him, there was a transparent barrier like a protective cover covering the entire heavenly wolf island. Under the cover of this transparent barrier, everything on the heavenly wolf island fell into a state of stillness. The wind could not blow. The trees could not sway. The air could not move. The monsters could not move. As if the entire world had been frozen, everything on the heavenly wolf island fell into a state of stillness. The only people who could still move were two people. One was Noah. The other was Mavis. Such a strange phenomenon happened to confirm the authenticity of Mavis' words, time freeze. Fairy sphere. It was able to condense the thoughts of the guild members into powerful magic, creating an invincible protective sphere, protecting all the members and even the environment. It was even able to freeze the time within the protective sphere. Now, Noah was in this world that was frozen in time by the absolute defense spell. Seeing this, how could Noah not understand? At the very end, Mavis gathered the thoughts of all the guild members on Heavenly Wolf Island and cast the absolute defense spell, Fairy Sphere, protecting the members of the Heavenly Wolf Island and the guild members, preventing them from suffering a calamity. The reason why Noah had suddenly lost consciousness was because Mavis had forcibly pulled him into this world where even time was frozen. Now that he had regained consciousness, it was only because Noah had a curse resistance physique that he was able to repel the time freeze of the Fairy Sphere. Mavis seemed to have seen through it as she tilted her head with a curious expression. You seem to have some kind of physique that can nullify the power of magic. What an inconceivable physique, as expected of an inconceivable youth. Upon hearing that, Noah could only laugh bitterly before he hurriedly inquired. First generation, where are my companions? Don't worry, they are also fine. Mavis comforted him. It's just that they're all stuck in the frozen time of the fairy sphere, so they can't move around like you. They have to wait until the fairy sphere is removed. Is that so? Noah let out a sigh of relief. That's good. However, after hearing Noah's words, Mavis shook her head instead. No, I can't say that it's completely good. Noah was stunned. What do you mean? It's exactly what it means. Mavis said. Right now, I have no way to remove the fairy sphere. Therefore, for a short period of time, the members of the guild will have to remain in a state of deep sleep. You can't remove the fairy sphere? Noah hurriedly asked. Why? The reason is very simple. This time, it was Mavis' turn to bitterly laugh. Because I'm just a specter, I don't have any magic power. Being able to activate the fairy sphere was only possible by condensing everyone's thoughts into magic power. But if I want to dispel it, it's very difficult for me to do it all at once without magic power. I can only do it slowly. Slowly? Noah frowned. How slowly? I can't be sure. Mavis's eyes flashed with wisdom. However, if my calculations are not wrong, it would take me at least 7 years to remove it. 7 years? Noah was stunned. That long? There's no other way. Mavis smiled cutely. Who asked me to be a spirit? Mavis's smiling face was so adorable that it could kill. However, Noah could not bring himself to smile. Chapter 1149. 7 years. It would take 7 years to dispel the power of the fairy sphere and release the sorcerers of fairy tale from this world. Perhaps it was just an instant for the companions trapped in this world where time was frozen. But for the outside world, it was 7 years. Don't forget that apart from the people on Celestial Wolf Island, there were still many members in Magnolia's fairy tale, waiting for their return. Making them wait for the people on Celestial Wolf Island for 7 years. Thinking about it, Noah felt uncomfortable. Not to mention, the members of Fairy Tale who came to Celestial Wolf Island were all the top fighters in the guild. If they were to lose the elites of the guild for 7 years, then Fairy Tale's title as the #1 guild in the Fiori Kingdom would become undeserved. At that time, the outsiders who had their eyes on this title and their companions who wanted to protect this title would make the entire Fairy Tale live a life of grievance and hardship. Noah only needed to think about it for a moment to feel restless. Do we have to spend 7 years to dispel it? Thus, Noah couldn't help but ask. Can't I break it? Break? Mavis' eyes couldn't help but blink as she looked at Noah with an even more incredulous expression. That was true. If it couldn't be dispelled normally, then it would be fine to use violence to break it. But first, he had to figure out what kind of magic the fairy sphere was. It was a magic with absolute defense. Even if it was an X-grade noble artifact or an era-ending attack, it could completely block the attack of Iconaroglia. This kind of magic that could even freeze time, how could he use violence to break it? However, regarding breaking the fairy sphere, Noah wasn't just casually talking about it. Noah's authority wouldn't be affected by the time freeze. As long as Noah stayed in this world for a month and let the world adapt to his power, then even if he could freeze time, Noah's authority could still be used. As long as he could use his authority, Noah had absolute confidence in breaking the fairy sphere. After all, the current Noah could use the power of 2 avatars at the same time. Noah didn't believe that he couldn't break the fairy sphere with the power to fight against the infinite dragon god Orpheus. Moreover, although the fairy sphere could block an X-grade noble artifact and Iconaroglia's power, it might not be able to block Noah's authority. It must be known that the difference in power between a deicide who used his authority and a deicide who did not was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, Noah could say with certainty that Iconaroglia's power was comparable to the 5 dragon kings in Demon High School, but it still couldn't reach the level of a sky dragon. Unless Iconaroglia still hid its power at the end, then it would be a different story. Noah, on the other hand, was able to rely on the numerous treasures in the Gate of Babylon to fight against Iconaroglia without using his authority. Both sides were almost defeated and injured. If he used his authority, just the power of 1 avatar could match the level of a sky dragon. Not to mention 2 avatars. If he compared it with the rankings in Demon High School, it would be clear at a glance. According to Noah's knowledge, among the 5 dragon kings, the weakest could only be ranked in the top 100, while the strongest could be ranked in the top 20. And the sky dragon could be ranked in the top 10. As the god of the dragon race, Orpheus, who had unlimited power, was ranked first. But if Orpheus wanted to kill a sky dragon, it could be done in minutes. As for the sky dragon, if he wanted to deal with a dragon king, even if it was a dragon king ranked in the top 20, it would only take a little effort. If Noah went all out and directly used the power of 2 avatars, then wanting to break the fairy sphere, would it be an extravagant hope? Of course not. This was something that could be done. Perhaps seeing Noah's certainty from his expression, Mavis felt that it was inconceivable, but at the same time, she also sighed. If you can do it, then it's not impossible, but I don't recommend you to do so. Noah looked at Mavis dumbfoundedly, silently seeking an explanation. Think about it carefully. Mavis reminded. The absolute defense spell, Fairy Sphere, is cast using the magic power condensed from the thoughts of the guild members. If you use such a violent method to break it, then wouldn't it affect the minds of the guild members? Wah! What? Noah was shocked. This spell has such a hidden danger. I don't know, but I can say that it is possible. Mavis said bluntly. After all, in the past, the fairy sphere has never been broken, and I don't know if it will cause such an effect. It is because of this that I didn't teach the fairy sphere to anyone other than you, causing it to not be passed down in fairy tale. Noah was speechless. However, Mavis' considerations did exist. Otherwise, as a super spell that could protect everything, there was no spell more suitable than the fairy sphere to be passed down by the guild leaders of fairy tale. As the guild leader, the reason why Makarov inherited one of the 3 major spells of the fairy tale was the fairy law, and not the fairy sphere, was probably because Mavis had such a thought in mind. Moreover, this is a spell that requires such a long time to dispel. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it cannot be used. If it could be used casually, then I wouldn't have to worry about fairy tale not being able to protect myself. Mavis shook her head. Therefore, I feel that it is better to use the proper method to dispel the fairy sphere. Hearing this, Noah felt somewhat powerless. Then wouldn't there be no solution? Could it be that he really had to wait for 7 years? Then what would happen to his companions outside? Why don't you trust your companions a little? Mavis seemed to have seen through Noah's worries and smiled faintly. They're also magic shooters from Fairy Tale, so they'll definitely be fine. Mavis' words slightly dispelled some of the gloominess in Noah's heart. She was right. As the magic shooters of Fairy Tale, they would definitely have no problem with it. Moreover, Noah had made a lot of preparations before coming to Heavenly Wolf Island because of his uneasy state of mind. Now, it seemed that those preparations were not in vain. If he were to rely on those, even if it was not enough, Fairy Tale would be able to hold on. At the very least, it should be able to hold on for 7 years without a problem. Just as Noah was immersed in his thoughts, Mavis suddenly moved her incomparably cute face closer to Noah's and suddenly smiled. Undoubtedly, you are also trapped here, and you are not frozen. You will have to live here alone for 7 years, aren't you worried about yourself? Hearing this, Noah was silent. Live here for 7 years. That would not do. Although it was somewhat unfair to his companions, rather than wasting 7 years here, Noah would rather spend his time in another world. Perhaps, that way, he could find a way to release his companions in advance. Chapter 1150. After that, Mavis expressed that as a specter, she was not like Noah who was trapped on Sky Wolf Island by the fairy sphere. Furthermore, because she could not do anything violent to the fairy sphere, she could only obediently choose to be trapped. As a specter, Mavis advocated for freedom. Therefore, under Noah's dumbfounded gaze, Mavis was like a cute little fairy, or like a mirage, smiling as she passed through the barrier of the fairy sphere. When she arrived outside Sky Wolf Island, she began the work of removing the fairy sphere. Regarding this, Noah could only express his envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, there was nothing he could do, and he could only resentfully hide in the depths of Sky Wolf Island. After visiting every corner of Sky Wolf Island to take a look at his companions who had been frozen and sealed, and after confirming that nothing had happened to them, Noah relaxed and chose to return to the world space. Alim in the pure white world as usual, all the worlds in the form of feathers welcomed Noah as they fluttered around him like happy little birds. Looking at the feathers that danced around him, Noah could not help but recall what Gaia and Alea had said in the past. Gaia and Alea had said that although the worlds could not directly help Noah, other than that, the worlds would not refuse Noah's request. For example, if Noah wanted to choose a timeline to descend into a world, it was completely possible. However, no matter what choice Noah made, when he left a world and re-entered it, a month would have passed in that world. When choosing a timeline, there would be a gap of 1 month. When he first descended into a world, if he wanted to use authority to not affect the world, he would need a month. This 1-month time limit was probably the world's fixed adaptation time for Noah, an outsider, to enter. However, the latter was a restriction that would only appear when there was a huge disturbance in the world space. Does that mean that the 1-month gap in the previous timeline was also created after the previous turbulence in the world between worlds? Every time the world space fell into a huge disturbance, the world would have a restriction because of it. Was there such a possibility? Such a thought only flashed through Noah's mind for a moment. After all, no matter how much he thought, Noah could not think of an answer. Who told Noah to have so little understanding of the world space, and Gaia and Alea did not tell him? With so little information, Noah could not think of an answer no matter how much he thought. Of course, the reason why Noah thought of this was because he remembered that the worlds would not refuse his request. If possible, Noah really wanted to propose to the world that he be teleported out of the fairy sphere's Heavenly Wolf Island and return to the fairy tale, so that he could take care of everything before doing anything else. Unfortunately, that was not realistic. Because that was already equivalent to a disguised form of direct help. Think about it, if Noah could casually change the location of his descent in a world, then wouldn't it be fine if the world directly teleported him to the location of the world fragment? Thinking about it again, if Noah was in battle, could he also request the world to change his location according to his will? If that was the case, Noah only needed to continuously request the world to teleport him to the back of the enemy and then use a fatal blow. How advantageous would that be? Therefore, this kind of direct help was not possible. Looks like there is no other way. I can only obediently endure these 7 years. Noah stared at the feather that represented the fairy tale world and muttered. Why don't I let the world send me 7 years later? This was feasible. However, even if he did this, the 7 years in this world would still pass, and only Noah would be spared. In that case, it would be meaningless. Forget it. Noah sighed. It's still the same as what the first generation said. I should trust the other companions in the guild a little. With the preparations I made, at least I can ensure that nothing big will happen to the fairy tale. That should be enough. Thinking about this, Noah also began to think about what to do next. He was considering whether to return to the world of the fairy messenger's sword dance. In that world, Noah already knew the whereabouts of the world fragment. Therefore, instead of aimlessly looking for the world fragment in other worlds, of course, it would be easier to retrieve the world fragment that he knew the whereabouts of. However, Noah still did not know how to safely retrieve the world fragment from Lotus without affecting her. Moreover, the Dark Fairy King's power in Lotus was only obediently used because of the existence of the world fragment. If the world fragment was taken out from Lotus's body, this strongest sword dancer might really be devoured by the power of the Dark Elf King and turn into pure resentment. Therefore, before finding a solution to Lotus's problem, even if he returned to the world of the fairy messenger's sword dance, it would be useless. As expected, I still have to go to other worlds first. With this thought in mind, Noah was just about to randomly find a world to enter and continue his journey when a voice sounded in Noah's mind. Little Noah, can you hear me? The sudden voice made Noah slightly startled, and then his eyes lit up. Gaia? What's wrong? Little Noah. Do you miss your mother? Gaia's voice continued to echo in Noah's mind with a hint of laughter. Then you can come to our world and sit for a while. Mother will love you dearly. Hearing this, Gaia's lowly face automatically appeared in Noah's mind. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he helplessly said. Why are you looking for me? Little Noah, changing the topic is wrong. Gaia's voice became dissatisfied. At least you should call me mother. Come, call me mother. The corner of Noah's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Call a lowly mother. Sorry. Noah really couldn't do it. If there really was such a mother who looked like a young girl, then Noah would definitely strangle his ghost father to death in the first place. At this time, Aleya's voice also sounded in Noah's mind. Actually, we have something that we want you to help us with. What's the matter? Noah pulled himself together. Since you came to find me, then it should be something related to the world, right? Did something happen in your world? No, it's not our world that's in trouble, but another world. To be more precise, it should be 2 worlds. Aleya said straightforwardly. Since the last time, between worlds, fell into turmoil, each world more or less had some effect. The most direct effect is that you can't use your power freely. And recently, we found that 2 worlds suddenly connected. Gaia continued Aleya's words. A part of one of the worlds was transferred to the other world. What? Noah frowned. Is there a problem? There is a slight problem. Gaia said. The part that was transferred seems to be a game's data, but the data completely materialized because of the connection between the worlds. And among them, a player's spirit and soul was also transferred along with his character. Aleya said lightly. In order to prevent more serious problems from arising from the connection between the 2 worlds, we borrowed the power of the 2 worlds to intercept the player's spirit and soul through the world barrier. However, we can't do anything about the materialized part of the game. In other words, Noah said with uncertainty. You want me to go to the other world to take a look? That's right. Gaia and Aleya said at the same time. And it's by replacing that player's position. Chapter 1151. Every time he arrived in a new world, Noah felt different. Sometimes, it was like sitting on an invisible train, moving along with the train. Sometimes, it was like sitting in an elevator. Sometimes, it was like being thrown in by an invisible hand. Sometimes, it was like being suspended in mid-air, without any force. This time, Noah felt like jumping into a bottomless sea. Although he could continue to breathe, his whole body kept sinking. It was not until the feeling of standing on solid ground came that Noah felt it. He seemed to be sitting on an ice-cold chair. Immediately, Noah slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a face appeared in Noah's vision. As if intending to stick to Noah's face, the face was very close. Suddenly, Noah shivered and quickly raised his head, pulling a distance away from the face. The owner of the face seemed to be shocked by Noah's overly intense reaction and quickly pulled a distance away, half kneeling on the ground as if flattered. "I'm very sorry, Sir Noah, did I scare you?" This was a very pleasant voice. Until hearing this voice, Noah more or less reacted and saw the full appearance of the owner of the voice. It was a young girl. A very beautiful young girl. It was as if she had walked out of a dream and accidentally stumbled into the real world. That level of beauty. Looking at this beautiful young girl half kneeling on the ground, a piece of information that did not belong to him flashed in Noah's mind, and then he showed a look of understanding. There was no doubt that before this, Noah had never even seen this beautiful young girl in front of him, let alone do anything that could make such a beautiful young girl call him sir and perform such a subordinate's etiquette. However, a piece of information that did not belong to him flashed in Noah's mind, but it made Noah understand everything at once, including the name of this beautiful young girl in front of him. So, Noah spoke without hesitation. "Bet?" "Yes, Sir Noah." The beautiful young girl, who was called Bet by Noah, raised her head, with an expression that seemed to be flattered and extremely happy, and smiled at Noah. "Excuse me, do you have any orders?" Noah didn't say anything. Instead, he looked around and saw the situation around him. This was a very vast and tall room. The position of the ceiling was quite high. The walls were white, and the interior was also decorated with gold and other colors of decorations. Undoubtedly, the whole room had a dim feeling, but it was so bright that it was like the deepest part of the castle where the Demon King lived. The style was quite high. On the ceiling, the crystal lamp made of colorful gems emitted a dazzling dreamy light. There were huge flags painted with different patterns on the walls. The floor was covered with a luxurious red carpet that connected the door to the deepest part of the room. And at the end of this luxurious red carpet, there was a flight of stairs with more than 10 steps. At the top of the stairs, there was a huge crystal cut, and the back of the chair was so high that it connected to the ceiling. It looked very luxurious. At this moment, Noah was sitting on this incomparably luxurious throne. This kind of room, not to mention a hall, it was luxurious enough to be used as a king's hall in a kingdom's palace. And this was indeed a place that was equivalent to a king's hall in a kingdom's palace. Throne Hall. Located in the deepest part of the tomb called Nassarik. In other words, the place where Noah was now was a base in the tomb called Nassarik. Gaia and Alea had said that two of the worlds in the world between worlds were connected due to the previous turbulence. It caused a portion of the game data in one of the worlds to materialize and be transferred to the other world. In order to prevent the two worlds from unimaginably affecting each other, Gaia and Alea, who had been observing the situation in between the worlds, passed through the world barrier with difficulty and used the power of the two worlds to intercept the game data. However, Gaia and Alea did not have the suppressive force of the two worlds. Intercepting the player whose spirit and soul were accidentally transferred to the other world was already the limit. There was no way to stop the rest of the game data from materializing and transferring. Therefore, in order to prevent the two worlds from seriously affecting each other, Gaia and Alea asked Noah to replace the player's position and follow the materialized game data into this world. Before entering this world, Gaia and Alea had imparted the knowledge of the materialized game data to Noah. Therefore, although Noah didn't know anything about this world, he was quite familiar with the part of the game data that was transferred to this world and materialized. Based on the knowledge imparted by Gaia and Alea, Noah had a general understanding of what kind of existence this tomb called Nassarik was. Simply put, the great underground tomb of Nassarik was just a guild stronghold in a game. Everything in this stronghold was designed by the guild players in the game. This included everyone in the stronghold. Yair Bade was an NPC in the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik. When the Great Tomb of Nassarik was materialized in this world, the girl who was originally just an NPC seemed to have been given a real personality and soul. She came back to life. Therefore, Noah curiously sized up Yair Bade. It had to be said that Yair Bade was truly a peerless beauty. She had a gentle smile on her face. She wore a pure white dress that complemented her beautiful black waist-length hair. Her pair of golden irises and vertical oval pupils looked a bit strange, but it did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it made people feel that she was exceptionally beautiful. However, on this peerless beauty's head, there were 2 curly horns like that of a goat. Not only that, but on her waist, there was also a pair of black wings. She looked like a fallen angel, but also like a pure demon. It was a contradiction to the extreme. However, it was this contradiction that made Yair Bade possess a beauty that others would be infatuated with. It was likely that such a girl could only be casually created in a game. In reality, it was very unlikely that such a girl would appear. Under such circumstances, Noah stood up with a bit of curiosity. He walked around Yair Bade while clicking his tongue in wonder as if he was appreciating something. She really is quite beautiful. It's a waste to stay in such a place that doesn't see the light of day. From the name, Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik, one could roughly guess what kind of place it was. It was made up of a total of 10 underground spaces, which were divided into 10 floors. The first, second, and third floors were tombs. The fourth floor was an underground lake. The fifth floor was an ice river. The sixth floor was a jungle. The seventh floor was magma. The eighth floor was a wilderness. The ninth floor was a chalk castle. The 10th floor was the throne room. And these 10 floors were all underground. As for the area above ground, it was just a relatively large tomb. For such a beautiful girl like Yair Bade to stay in such a place that didn't see the light of day, especially in the deepest 10 floors. It was truly a waste. These words from the bottom of his heart made Yair Bade look like a girl in love who had been praised by her sweetheart. A deep blush appeared on her face as she looked at Noah with a gaze filled with love. To be able to receive the praise of the Almighty Sovereign, even if I were to die right now, I would not have any regrets. Noah's expression completely froze. Especially when he saw the extremely deep love and infatuation in Yair Bade's eyes, all of the appreciation in Noah's heart disappeared and was replaced by a deep sense of speechlessness. He was completely speechless. What was the person who designed Yair Bade thinking? Chapter 1152. In Between Worlds, using the 2 worlds that were connected to each other, part of the game's data was transferred from one world to the other. Part of the game's data was also instantiated, which was the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik. To be more precise, it should be said that all the people, things, and objects in the Great Tomb of Nassarik had been materialized and moved into this world. Originally, there should have been a player who was transferred into this world along with the instantiated data. A player from the guild that created the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik as their stronghold. Of course, as the creator of the Great Underground Graveyard, this player was the absolute ruler, and creator of the Great Underground Graveyard. He was an existence that couldn't be disobeyed. Gaia and Aleya had intercepted this player's soul and allowed Noah to replace this player's position and enter this world with the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik. This did not mean that Noah had become this player, but rather that he had replaced this player's position. Whatever position this player had in the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik, Noah's current position was the same. Whatever treatment this player had in the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik, Noah's current position was the same. Naturally, whatever the people in the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik treated this player, they would treat Noah the same way. In other words, these NPCs had replaced the player's name with Noah's. As such, Noah was not surprised that Yair Bade treated him like a subject. As one of the NPCs in the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik, it was not strange that Yair Bade was set to be loyal to the ruler, and creator of the Great Underground Tomb of Nassarik. Now that the player's name had been replaced with Noah's, it was natural that Yair Bade's loyalty had also been changed to Noah. However, Yearbade's current performance left Noah speechless. Judging from the intense love and infatuation in his eyes, it was obvious that Yearbade's favorable impression of Noah was off the charts. What did this mean? It meant that before this, the player had set Yearbade to love him. As such, Noah, who had replaced this player's position, became Yearbade's love interest. Just how perverted must one be to set an NPC in the game to love oneself? Could it be that I'm not popular with girls in real life? Under Yearbade's passionate gaze, Noah felt extremely unnatural. Wasn't this development a bit too fast? However, Noah's heart immediately calmed down. This was because before coming to this world, Noah had asked Gaia and Aleya. What if the existence of the great tombs in Nasariq would affect the world so much that it would affect the world itself? What should they do? At that time, Gaia and Aleya only gave Noah one answer. Obliterate. Existences that could affect the worlds were existences. This was the method of Gaia and Aleya, the existence known as restraining power. Of course, Noah was not suppressing powers. He was not Gaia or Aleya, so he would not go to such extremes. However, Noah did not want the world to be affected. Therefore, Noah could only decide what to do after he had a better understanding of the tomb in Nasariq. Regarding this, Gaia and Aleya expressed their understanding. However, they also told Noah that if he found it too troublesome, he could simply wipe out the entire underground tomb of Nasariq. This proved that these two suppressive thoughts would not change according to Noah's personality. However, there was no doubt that the future of the great tomb in Nasariq depended entirely on Noah. Even if Yearbade loved Noah, Noah could not guarantee that he would let her go just because of this. With that in mind, Noah felt that it was necessary for him to meet the main figures in the great tomb of Nasariq. Immediately, Noah spoke to Yearbade in a calm tone. Yearbade, tomorrow at this time, have the floor protectors come and see me. In fairy tale, Noah was groomed to be the next guild leader of the guild. In the Black Bullet, Noah was also the guild leader of fairy tale, which had taken in the cursed child. In addition, in the world of the God Slayer, Noah had been active as a king, so when he gave orders, there was no longer any unfamiliarity. That calm tone made Yearbade, who was looking at Noah with an infatuated expression, tremble. It was as if she had been woken up from a dream, and she could not help but lower her head. Yes, Lord Noah. Noah nodded, turned around, and walked toward the door. Yearbade, who watched Noah leave, once again showed an infatuated expression. She stroked her cheek with one hand and looked intoxicated. As expected of our Supreme Master. This kind of natural pressure can only be possessed by a true king and ruler. After walking out of the throne room on the 10th floor, Noah came to the 9th floor. It looked like a chalk castle, full of a solemn atmosphere. However, upon closer inspection, it looked more like the corridor of a super high-end hotel. On the ceiling, there was a gorgeous crystal lamp hanging at a certain distance. The vast road was paved with polished floors, reflecting the light from the crystal lamp. It was very luxurious. There is not a single person in such a big place, and it is underground. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little gloomy. That was the only thing Noah could say. But there was nothing he could do about it. In the tomb of Nasariq, all the NPCs were not humans, but aliens. For example, skeletons, zombies, vampires, demons, and even slimes were all aliens. In other words, this was not only an underground tomb, but the characters that lived here were all existences that fit the word tomb. In the entire tomb of Nasariq, Noah was probably the only human. Just as Noah was thinking this, a scene that surprised Noah appeared. Tap, 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 following a series of light and orderly footsteps, a group of people lined up in an orderly manner and slowly walked toward Noah. That's right. People. Although he did not know what race they were, at least in terms of appearance, this group of people did indeed have a human-like appearance. The first person that came into Noah's sight was an old man wearing a formal butler's uniform. The old man's hair was all white, and he had a long beard. His back was very straight, and there were obvious wrinkles on his face. However, His eyes were as sharp as an eagle hunting its prey. This told others that this butler was definitely not an ordinary old man. Behind the old butler, there were 6 female servants. The 6 maids were wearing metal gauntlets and knee pads of different colors, such as gold, silver, and black. They were also wearing armor designed in the shape of maid outfits. They were not wearing helmets, but white headdresses. Some of these female servants had their hair tied into a bun, some had ponytails, some had long straight hair, some had braids, and some had curly hair. Their hair color was also completely different. However, almost all of these maids were beauties. Looking at the armor that these female servants were wearing, it was clear that their true purpose was not to clean and serve, but to defend against enemies. Moreover, judging from the pressure emitted from these 7 people, they were all experts with extraordinary combat strength. Such a group of experts with extraordinary battle prowess knelt down on one knee when they arrived in front of Noah. Lord Noah. Looking at the butler and female servants kneeling in front of him, Noah instantly found their information in his mind. The butler in the lead was called Sebastian, and he was indeed the butler of Nazarik's underground tomb. The 6 female servants were combat maids named Pleiades, and they directly belonged to Sebastian. In other words, as the current master of Nazarik's underground tomb, Noah was the person they needed to serve. You came at the right time. Noah said directly. Leave one person to take me to the room. The rest of you can do what you need to do. Yes. Chapter 1153. In fact, in the Nasarik underground tomb, only the B9 and B10 floors were occupied by the players of the guild that created this stronghold in the game. The other 8 floors were all used to defend against external enemies. The B10 floor was a place where no one would go if there was nothing going on. Naturally, the B9 floor became the place where the players of this guild went in and out the most frequently. Because of this reason, in the Nasarik underground tomb, the other floors were not suitable for people to live in. Only the B9 floor was designed to imitate a royal suite. It was very luxurious. Noah's room in the Nasarik underground tomb was such a luxurious suite. Not only did it have a huge bathroom, but it also had a bar. There was a piano in the living room. There was a master bedroom, guest room, kitchen, clothing room, and countless other rooms. It was more than enough to be a villa. The door to such a luxurious room was pushed open by a young girl in a maid uniform. After pushing open the door, the girl respectfully bowed in the direction of the door. We're here, Lord Noah. Hearing this, Noah walked in from the door. While looking at the unbelievably luxurious room, he glanced at the girl who led the way. It was a beautiful girl with black hair and black eyes. Her hair and pupils were the same color as Noah's. Although the girl's dark eyes had the same color as Noah's eyes, her pupils were not as deep as Noah's. Instead, they were like obsidian, shining brightly. If Noah's eyes were compared to the starry sky, then the girl's eyes were gemstones. In addition, the girl's beautiful black hair was tied into a ponytail. Her skin was unusually white. Undoubtedly, she was a maid, but she had an elegant temperament. Coupled with her exotic beauty, she was more than enough to be a young lady. No one would believe that such a beautiful girl would be a maid. Of course, strictly speaking, a maid's job was only a small part of the girl's job. The girl's real role was to fight. One of the battle maids of the Pleiades star cluster that belonged directly to Sebastian, Annabelle. After that, the young girl was responsible for leading Noah. Therefore, Noah spoke almost reflexively. Thank you, Annabelle. However, when she heard these words, Annabelle was suddenly shocked and hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Please don't say that, Lord Noah. You are the supreme of the great underground tomb of Nasarik. As a battle maid of the Pleiades star cluster, it is natural for me to serve you. There is no need for you to thank me. Noah was almost shocked by Annabelle's sudden kneeling. After he reacted, he only felt speechless. It's just a simple thank you. Is there a need for such a big reaction? Without a doubt. Annabelle said without hesitation. You are a supreme existence, and we are just maids. Please take it back. Hearing Annabelle's words, Noah sighed. If I say it myself, then I won't take it back. It has nothing to do with status. This is my code of conduct. If you can't accept it, I will be a little more careful in the future, but there is no need to take it back. After leaving this sentence, Noah left Annabelle, who was still kneeling on one knee on the ground, seemingly still unable to accept it, and walked into the room. After glancing around, Noah slightly raised the corner of his mouth and nodded with some satisfaction. I thought since it's an underground tomb, how exaggerated would it be? From the perspective of a room, this place that could be used as a villa was naturally exaggerated. However, this was at least a place where a person lived. Before this, Noah had been worried about what he should do if he had to sleep in a coffin and lie in a tomb. After seeing this extremely luxurious but at least a place where a person lived, Noah was relieved. Then, Noah hesitated for a while, then came to the piano in the living room and sat down. His fingers stroked the cold piano keys, recalling the songs he learned in the world of The Dark Bullet. After a while, Noah's hands moved almost by themselves, and he played flexibly. In the next second, the melodious syllables formed a beautiful melody that reverberated throughout the luxurious room. Hearing the pleasant piano sound, Annabelle, who was standing at the door, was startled at first. She looked at Noah's smiling face as he played the piano, and her eyes were full of surprise. Obviously, this combat maid didn't expect that the master she served, the ruler of the entire Nasaric underground tomb, could play the piano. However, immediately afterward, Annabelle was captivated by the pleasant piano sound. Before today, everything in the underground tomb of Nasaric, including people, was just a part of data in a game. Even the personality and character of the NPC were still set when they were still in the game. Of course, in such a world full of aliens, no one would be specially set to listen to the piano. So, there was no doubt that this was the first time Annabelle heard someone play the piano. In addition, Noah's piano playing was really good, and Annabelle was immediately overwhelmed by the pleasant melody. After an unknown amount of time, the piano piece that reverberated throughout the entire room slowly came to an end, its final note fading away. However, Annabelle was not able to get rid of Noah's piano performance in time. She still looked at Noah in a daze, which made Noah, who inadvertently glanced at the situation here, puzzled. What's wrong? Only then did Annabelle wake up and quickly kneel down on one knee. I'm very sorry, since I was in a daze while serving, sir. I am willing to accept any punishment. I say, do you want to kneel down and apologize for everything? Noah was speechless. Am I some kind of dictator or tyrant? How can that be? Annabelle said righteously. You are the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nasaric. It is because of your supreme existence that there is Nasaric. How can you, who are so compassionate and wise, be a dictator and tyrant? Is it? Noah's expression became unnatural. The heavens had mercy on Noah. He had only arrived in Nasaricli today. Before this, Noah didn't even know the name Nasaric. In such a case, how did Annabelle come to the conclusion that Noah was compassionate and wise? Could this also be part of the setting? Do the players want the NPCs to praise themselves like this? Don't they blush? In fact, as the NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nasaric, even without the setting, everyone here had the highest level of loyalty to the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nasaric. Therefore, not every player loved to play this game. Besides, before this, including Yair, Abed and Annabelle, everyone here was just an NPC. They couldn't even have a conversation. They were just like puppets, obeying the orders of their creators. How could they praise others like this? So, Noah left such a misunderstanding. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Noah stood up from the piano, turned his gaze to Annabelle, and suddenly said so. Have you noticed the changes in the great underground tomb of Nasaric? Hearing this, Annabelle was startled. Is that so? Noah nodded slightly as if he got the answer. In other words, you don't even know that the great underground tomb of Nasaric has been moved to another world, right? Another world? Annabelle was slightly surprised. Seeing this, Noah was secretly amused by Annabelle's extremely easy to see through and said to Annabelle, "In that case, Annabelle, tell Sebastian to inform Yair Abed and warn everyone not to go to the surface without permission. Do you understand?" If Sebastian was the butler of the entire great underground tomb of Nassarik, then Yair Abed was the general manager. Except for Noah, he was the person with the most authority in the entire Nassarik. Such an order that needed to be obeyed by the entire Nassarik naturally had to be executed by Yair Abed himself. Yes. Annabelle lowered her head without hesitation and accepted the order. Chapter 1154. After Annabelle left, Noah slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't feel restrained, being treated so respectfully by someone I didn't know before still feels a bit strange. With this thought, Noah left the living room and walked into the inner room. After opening the inner door, a very luxurious room with a large ceiling appeared in front of Noah's eyes. Strictly speaking, this was Noah's room, a place to sleep. In the underground tomb of Nassarik, because everyone was an alien, almost no one needed to eat or sleep like a human. However, as players in the guild that created the tomb of Nassarik, those players were still humans in the real world. Therefore, the players' rooms here were built to be no different from human rooms, but they were relatively more luxurious. This was one of the things that Noah was glad about. After all, although Noah was powerful, he was still a human. He needed to sleep and eat. He just didn't know if a battle maid like Annabelle could cook. Then I'll do it myself. It's not like I don't have hands. Leaving such a sentence, Noah walked into the room. As soon as he walked into the room, Noah noticed something. On a table in the room, a ring was lying on it, blooming with ruby-like light in the dim room. That is, a message flashed in Noah's mind, then he stepped forward and picked up the ring inlaid with rubies. This is the Ains-ul-Gong ring, right? Ains-ul-Gong. The guild that used the tomb of Nassarik as a stronghold and created the entire Nassarik was called Ains-ul-Gong. And this Ains-ul-Gong ring was a ring owned by all the members of Ains-ul-Gong. This ring was not only a symbol of identity, but also a magic tool. Its ability was very simple. It allowed the wearer to perform unlimited teleportation in the tomb of Nassarik. It could even teleport from the outside to the inside of the tomb of Nassarik. In the tomb of Nassarik, except for a few specific places, the rest of the place had magic effects similar to teleportation and teleportation. Teleportation could not be done at will. Therefore, this ring was quite convenient. Moreover, in the tomb of Nassarik, there was a treasure hall that stored all the weapons, tools, and all kinds of items that the guild members of Ains-ul-Gong worked hard to obtain in the game. Only with this ring called Ains-Wul's Ring of Respect could one enter the treasure hall. This is interesting. Noah rubbed the ring in his hand with a look of interest. Maybe I can find something in there that doesn't even have in my treasure hall. As soon as this sentence, a voice sounded in Noah's mind. Master, are you finally going to use other weapons? This voice was immature and cold. However, in this immature and cold voice, Noah was keenly aware of a trace of unhappiness. This made Noah more or less not know whether to laugh or cry. Aster, are you still concerned about the matter of Achanalia? In the battle against Achanalia, Noah used the elven device that Aster transformed into, but it could not even pierce through Achanalia's scales. Of course, that was because Achanalia was a dragon-type creature. Its scales had a great defensive effect against physical and magical attacks. But the main reason was because Noah at that time had turned the energy in the energy source into equal amounts of magic and divine power. This caused the divine power to only exert half of its power. This caused Aster's power to not be able to be fully utilized. Aster was naturally aware of this. However, this cute elven girl who liked to throw tantrums did not let it go at all. She still minded it until now. I am Master's sword. Aster's voice had a rare tinge of sadness. If I can't be used, then I can't be Master's sword. Hearing this, Noah's hand that was rubbing Ains-Ur, Ring of Respect, paused for a moment. Then, he wore Ains-Ur, Ring of Respect on his finger. Then, he pulled out Aster, who had transformed into a small sword, from his waist and raised it in front of him. Aster, come out for a moment. As his words fell, the entire room was greeted with an indescribable silence. After a while, the small silver sword in Noah's hand blossomed with a bright light. In the light, Aster's figure slowly emerged. Like a butterfly, she gracefully landed on the ground. Her long silver hair that reached her waist hung down due to gravity. It was a beautiful sight. Then, Aster raised her delicate and cute face. She opened her mysterious eyes and looked at Noah. That delicate face that did not look like a human's, but rather like an angel's or a fairy's, was as emotionless as before. However, that pair of eyes that were filled with mysteriousness had lost some of their luster compared to the past. Those who did not understand Aster would not be able to see anything. But Noah knew that this was a sign that Aster was in low spirits. Slightly bending his knees, he half squatted in front of Aster. Noah and Aster maintained the same height. Under Aster's gaze, Noah reached out his hand and gently stroked Aster's beautiful silver hair. If I tell you that it's all my fault and not yours, you probably won't be able to lift your spirits, right? Saying this, Noah looked into Aster's eyes and said in a sincere tone. Actually, Aster, you should know that it's not that you're useless, but that I haven't been able to fully draw out your strength. Hearing this, Aster slightly raised his head and looked at Noah. Then, he shook his head. That's not true. Master is already able to fully utilize me. Indeed, after this period of training, I am already able to fully utilize you. But being able to fully utilize you doesn't mean that I can fully utilize you, right? Noah said helplessly. After all, it has only been 2 to 3 months since I formed a contract with you. How could I fully draw out your strength? That's not true. Aster said seriously. Master is already very powerful to be able to draw out my strength to this extent in just 2 to 3 months. Even Master Alicia, who was previously known as the Saintess of Salvation, was unable to do so. So, sooner or later, I will be able to draw out all of your strength. Noah suddenly smiled. Seeing that I've worked so hard, Aster, you can't throw a tantrum here by yourself. I'm not throwing a tantrum. Aster said expressionlessly, but his tone clearly sounded like he was throwing a tantrum. This made Noah not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Noah wasn't just saying that casually. Now, Noah wasn't like before when he didn't have the slightest understanding of Aster. After sharing dreams with Aster many times, Noah gradually grasped Aster's past. As the strongest sword spirit, Aster's strength was undoubtedly powerful. Not only did the contractor need to pay with his life to exchange for this strength, but he could also rely on his own strength to allow the contractor to destroy the Dark Elf King's strength. How could an ordinary spirit do that? In the past, when the elemental spirit realm was still embroiled in the Elven War, the 5 Elven Kings and the Dark Elf King were still fighting. Aster didn't belong to either faction. He relied on his own authority and acted alone. As the strongest sword spirit, Aster's strength was deeply feared by both factions. The strongest sword spirit was an existence that even the 5 Elven Kings and the Dark Elf King had to be wary of. Even the Elven Kings had to look at its true strength in a new light. How could such a powerful force be completely lured out by Noah in just 2 to 3 months? I'm still far from it. Noah lamented. When will I be able to fully use Aster? Perhaps I will even be able to slash apart the god's curse on Jerf. Chapter 1155. In the world of fairy tale, Noah had experienced many battles on Celestial Wolf Island. First, he had a battle with Laxus because of the S-rank magic shooter advancement exam. Then, because of the monsters that jumped out from time to time on Celestial Wolf Island, he fell into an almost endless battle. On top of that, they had to engage in an all-out battle with the Grimoire Heart that was attacking them. On Celestial Wolf Island, Noah had fought many battles. Of course, whether it was Laxus, Azuma, or Hades, to Noah, they were not difficult opponents, not to mention the rest. Therefore, the battles with these people were actually quite easy. The most important one was the battle with the Black Dragon, Conarolia. Without using his authority, Noah used all his skills in the battle with the black dragon that existed in tacit revelation. After that, Noah immediately returned to Between Worlds. Under Gaia and Alea's request, he followed Nasarick and descended into this world together. He did not rest for a second in between. This way, no matter how vigorous Noah was, once he lay on the bed, he would immediately fall asleep. Therefore, when Noah woke up, it was almost the next morning. After a comfortable sleep, Noah opened his eyes, stretched, and then lifted the blanket, intending to get up. However, just as he was about to get up, Noah felt a soft and comfortable weight in front of him, making him slightly startled. Then, as if thinking of something, he looked in front of him. Master, her long silver-white hair was not messy in the slightest as it flowed down her slender back, complementing her milk-white skin. Lying on top of Noah's body, Aster seemed to be sleeping soundly. She tightly hugged Noah's neck, her small lips were still murmuring Noah's name. That look was simply adorable to the max. Aster, you're not wearing clothes again. Noah's expression more or less carried a trace of helplessness, but it was more of a doting feeling. Although it could not be said that he was used to it, but with Aster's appearance in front of him from time to time, Noah would not make a fuss like before. After paying attention to not look at some parts of Aster's body that he should not look at, Noah carried a doting mood and lightly stroked Aster's head. Ugh, Aster, in her sleep, seemed to be able to feel Noah's touch and let out a comfortable sound. Her expression became more peaceful, and she slept more soundly. Seeing Aster like this, even Noah didn't have the heart to wake up this cute elf girl. Let Aster sleep for a while. With such thoughts in mind, Noah stroked Aster's head while he was sleeping. Moreover, I can also slightly update my ability value. After finding such an excuse for himself, Noah continued to stroke Aster's head and then closed his eyes. After converting the unlimited energy in his body into divine power, he let the divine power flow out from the divine power source and spread throughout his body. Noah's mind was immersed in the engraving on his back. A familiar light source lit up from Noah's back, bringing along complex and mysterious characters that jumped back and forth in the air, gradually changing. During this time, Noah's mind gradually received the feedback of the updated ability value, automatically appearing the information of the updated ability value. Noah Dole LV. For strength, S, 966, SSS, 1757, durability, S, 976, SSS, 1758, dexterity, S, 970, SSS, 1755, agility, S, 985, SSS, 1760, magic, S, 959, SSS, 1743, mystery, G magic conductor, HG swordsman, HG magic weapon refinement steel making magic copy, refine, and forge weapons copy, refine, and forge weapons will be weakened to a certain extent depending on the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Copy, refine, and forge weapons will be maintained for a certain period depending on the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Swords protection permanent magic. Permanent protection will be obtained according to the attributes of the contract spirit. Contract spirit as a sword spirit, obtain the protection of the sword spirit and weaken physical attacks. The degree of weakening will be increased or decreased according to the strength and ability of the target. Cold smelting quick attack magic gradually turn the target into steel. Successful tempering will cause the target to shatter. Tempering speed will be determined according to the strength and ability of the target. Skills protection from the world permanent skill. Equivalent to luck. Events that are directly related to luck will eventually lead to the most favorable result. After the updated ability value, Noah was more or less surprised. Proficiency increased by about 4,000. Isn't this too fast? Since leaving the world of looking for a chance encounter in the underground city, there was no longer a way to kill a large number of monsters like in the underground city to obtain enough experience points to level up. Noah had not improved by such a large margin for a long time. Moreover, compared to any of the previous times, the improvement this time could not be said to be small. Not to mention, even the development ability, magic conductor, and swordsman, had improved by a stage. It must be known that compared to the basic ability, the improvement of the development ability was more difficult because there was no proficiency. Basic ability proficiency increased by about 4,000. And 2 development abilities improved by a stage. If this were to happen in the world of looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon, this would be an impossible situation. Not to mention, Noah was a LV4 level 2 adventurer, and his all ability value was at the S stage. To be able to improve so much under such circumstances, it was really a bit unbelievable. However, Noah also understood the reason. The battle with Aconarolia increased my experience points by a lot. After all, Aconarolia's strength was stronger than any floor master in the underground city. A level 4 floor master like Goliath would probably be killed with a slap. Now, my physical ability should be better than Hercules in the form of a servant, right? Noah slowly opened and closed his palm, feeling the strength and feeling when he clenched his fist. Finally, he came to a conclusion. It should be more or less better, but it would be difficult to completely crush him. It was like taking 2 eggs and colliding them with each other. One of the shells was slightly harder than the other, but if they collided together, the result would be that both eggs were broken. To completely crush Hercules in the form of a servant, Noah estimated that he would have to level up to LV5 and become a level 1 adventurer. Thinking of this, Noah was about to get up when the door was knocked. Then, a voice came from outside. "Lord Noah, may I ask if you're awake?" "Annabelle?" Noah, who recognized the voice, responded directly. "I'm awake." "What's the matter?" "Yes," Annabelle said. "Sir Yair Bade has gathered all the guardians in the throne hall according to Sir Noah's instructions." "Oh." Noah raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. "I'll go over now." After spending about 10 minutes washing up, Noah walked out of the room, took Annabelle, and walked down to the door of the throne hall. At this time, Annabelle, who had been walking behind Noah to show Noah's leader position, took a step forward. For the first time, she passed Noah's position and came to the door. Before Noah could, she helped Noah open the door of the throne hall. Kacha! Amidst the heavy echoes that sounded like the doors of a castle being opened, the vast royal hall was presented before Noah. Noah immediately saw it. In the throne room, there were 6 people waiting here. They seemed to be discussing something. It wasn't until Noah appeared that the 6 people who were talking looked in the direction of Noah, and then they all knelt on one knee. Chapter 1156. The underground tomb of Nassarik came from a game called Yggdrasil. Since it was a game, there would naturally be levels. In Yggdrasil, regardless of whether it was the level of characters, monsters, or NPCs, the maximum level was 100. In the underground tomb of Nassarik, there were no more than 10 max-level NPCs. Most of these max-level NPCs had been given the position of guardian and were in charge of managing 1 or more floors. In the game, these NPCs were also the bosses of each floor of the underground tomb of Nassarik and were in charge of fighting enemies. Therefore, if Noah wanted to understand the underground tomb of Nassarik, he naturally had to start with these max-level guardians. This was the reason why he had asked Yair Bade to gather all the guardians. Therefore, Noah cast his gaze on the guardians who were kneeling on one knee in the throne room, and the first thing he noticed was a girl. It was a young girl wearing a black evening gown. The dress was swollen like a cake dress. Her upper body was draped in a cardigan decorated with lace and ribbons. She also wore long lace gloves on her hands. Almost no skin was exposed. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old and still had a childish air. Her facial features were quite regular, but her skin was abnormally pale like white wax. Her long silver-gray hair was tied to one side and hung down. She was cute and beautiful, but her chest was a little inconsistent with her age and appeared to be high and bulging. She was the guardian of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the underground tomb of Nassarik Zaisha Bradfren. Next to Zaisha was an alien that emitted a cold aura. It had a huge body that was more than 2 meters tall, and its entire body was ice blue like ice. It looked like an insect that walked on 2 legs. It looked like a mantis, a grasshopper, or a fusion of the two and transformed. It had a tail that was twice as long as its height, and its entire body was covered with sharp icicle-like spikes. It also had a seemingly strong and powerful jaw. This xenomorph had 4 arms and a chilling aura emanating from its body. Its icy blue exoskeleton looked like a suit of armor. Its shoulders and back even bulged out like icebergs. It gave off a creepy feeling, but at the same time, it also gave off a majestic aura. It was the guardian of the 5th level of the great tomb of Naseric Cositus. Opposite Zacia and Cositus, there were 2 children kneeling on one knee. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. They looked to be around 10 years old, and both of them had a pair of pointy ears, slightly tanned skin, and short hair that reached their shoulders like golden silk. It was obvious at a glance that these 2 children were twins. The only difference was that one of the twins had a bright expression on his face and wore white trousers on his lower body, while the other had a weak expression and wore a white skirt on her lower body. Other than that, the rest of their body parts were almost identical. The one wearing the white trousers was the older twin, the guardian of the 6th level of the great tomb of Naseric Yon Bella Fiora. The one in the white dress was the younger of the twins, Mare Bello Fiori, one of the guardians of the 6th level of the great catacombs of Naseric. It was emphasized again. The one wearing trousers and looking as cheerful as the sun was the older sister. The one wearing the skirt and looking very weak, making people want to protect her, was the younger brother. The one being boyish was the older sister. The one with the weak aura was the younger brother. Because it was very important, it was best not to forget. As for the remaining person, he was about 180 centimeters tall. His skin was tanned as if he was often exposed to the sun. He had an Asian face and his combed back hair was quite black. He also wore a pair of round-rimmed glasses, a British-style suit, and a tie. He looked like a rather capable businessman. Behind him, there was a silver metal tail. There were 6 spikes at the front of the tail, and light black flames constantly swayed around it. His entire body gave off an evil aura. He was the guardian of the 7th level of the great tomb of Naseric Demiurgos. In front of these 5 people, Yair Bella was like a leader. She led a group of guardians and also respectfully knelt on one knee. This was because this beautiful girl was the chief guardian of the entire great tomb of Naseric Yair Bella. Apart from the guardians of the 4th and 8th levels, the guardians of the entire great tomb of Naseric with the highest status and strength all knelt on one knee in front of Noah, offering the courtesy of a subject. Annabelle, who helped Noah open the door to the throne room, stood to the side without a trace and stood at the door. It seemed that she had no intention of following Noah into the throne room. As the butler of the great tomb of Naseric, Sebastian's level was also full. As for the combat maids of the Pleiades star cluster who directly belonged to Sebastian, their levels were between 40 and 70. Whether it was strength or status, Annabelle was lower than the guardians. Therefore, this combat maid with a serious personality would never do anything that crossed the line in this situation. Noah also understood this point. Under Annabelle's gaze, he walked into the throne room. The moment Noah walked into the throne room, the chief guardian, Yair Bella, lowered her head. "Greetings, Lord Noah." As soon as Yair Bella's voice fell, the guardians immediately lowered their heads. "Greetings, Lord Noah." It had to be said that this show of extravagance was really full. Since this was the case, Noah would not be so tactless as to destroy the rare atmosphere that these guardians had brewed. Under the respectful welcome of the guardians, he walked up the stairs and sat on the throne. Of course, Noah did not have the intention to put on airs. His sitting posture was quite casual, even a little lazy. He supported his face with one hand and placed it on the armrest of the throne. After looking around at the guardians below, he spoke. "Didn't you say to gather all the guardians? Where are the guardians of the 4th and 8th floors?" Because the 9th and 10th floors were where the guild members of Ans ul Gong used to operate, there were no guardians on these 2 floors. If an enemy were to invade the 9th or 10th floor, they would no longer be facing the guards of the NPCs, but the guards of the entire Ans ul Gong. Therefore, only the 1st to the 8th floor had NPC guardians. Now, the guardians of the first, second, third, fifth, sixth, and seventh floors, as well as the chief guardian, were all present, but the guardians of the fourth and eighth floors were not. It was no wonder that Noah had such a question. The one who answered Noah's question was Yair Bella. The guardians of the fourth and eighth floors have special existences and duties, so it is not suitable for them to come here to greet you, Lord. Therefore, I acted on my own initiative and did not let the guardians of the fourth and eighth floors come. Now that Yair Bade had mentioned it, Noah finally remembered. The guardian of the fourth floor was not an NPC, but a large Gorum that was used for strategic sieges. It did not have self-awareness, and it needed a lot of time to activate. It was also more than 30 meters tall, so it was naturally impossible to call it over in this kind of situation. The guardian of the eighth floor was even more special. Not only was its level not at the maximum level of 100, it was only level 35, and its combat strength was almost 0. It was the final line of defense for the eighth floor, which was in front of the ninth floor, where Ens Ul Gong was located. It basically only had one purpose. That was to kill the enemy who had the ability to invade the 8th floor of the great underground tomb of Nasarek, and who was about to break through to the 9th floor where Ens Ul Gong was located. Once it was killed, this special guardian would activate an extremely special ability. In the past, 1,200 players were completely annihilated on the 8th floor. Therefore, such a guardian who would drag everyone down with him should he die casually naturally couldn't be called over casually. I see. Noah nodded. I understand. The moment he finished speaking, Noah narrowed his eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, golden ripples continuously fluctuated around Noah, and one by one, treasures shot out in the direction of the guardians. Chapter 1157. Buzz. When the sound of space trembling reverberated from the throne, the group of guardians who had their heads lowered were immediately shocked. They raised their heads almost reflexively and looked up. Then, the scene that appeared in front of everyone left every guardian in shock. They saw that around Noah, who was sitting lazily on the throne, extremely bright golden ripples fluctuated out of the space one after another. Inside, various weapons such as swords, sabers, spears, halberds, and other weapons slowly appeared. In a game called Yggdrasil, there was naturally such a thing as equipment. The guardians of the underground tomb of Nasarek who were transferred from Yggdrasil were shocked because of two reasons. 1. In the game, under normal circumstances, one could only equip one weapon. This was a matter of course. 2. In the game, there were also levels of equipment. According to the settings of Yggdrasil, whether it was equipment, tools, or items, starting from the lowest level, they were divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, heritage level, relic level, legendary level, and the highest level artifact level. There were a total of 8 levels. Above the highest level artifact level, there were also a limited number of world level tools. However, the so-called world level tools were no longer something that could be owned by a player. Therefore, in Yggdrasil, the highest level equipment, tools, and items generally referred to the artifact level. All the guardians here were max-level NPCs. However, even so, among the guardians present, the only equipment that could be owned was the artifact level. Now, the scene that appeared in front of the guardians subverted their hearts. Under normal circumstances, one could only equip one weapon, but Noah was using more than 10 weapons at this moment. In the case where even a full-level guardian could only hold one artifact-level weapon, the weapons that Noah took out at this moment were almost all comparable to or even surpassing the brilliance of a divine artifact-level weapon. Therefore, the group of guardians only had time to be shocked. In the next second, the sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and other weapons that were reflected in the brilliant golden ripples trembled and suddenly burst out, falling one by one like thunder. Boom! A loud explosion immediately shook the entire throne room, setting off an astonishing fire and shock wave that swept in all directions, causing the huge flags that were inserted into the surrounding walls to sway crazily. Ah! The group of guardians who had reached full level in Yggdrasil were blasted away by the astonishing flames and shockwaves. They screamed and rolled on the ground one by one under the attack of bursting scorch. After rolling a few times, they stopped. In the throne room, the shockwaves gradually subsided, but the astonishing flames were still in the air, illuminating the entire somewhat dim space. It also told everyone present that what had just happened was real. Noah began to attack the guardians who had presented themselves to him as his subordinates. The sudden development made all the guardians who were blasted away. Not to mention the guardians, even Annabelle, who was waiting at the door, was shocked. After recovering from her shock, she quickly knelt down on one knee with a face full of panic. Not only Annabelle, but even the guardians who were blasted away got up one after another. They did not care about the traces of scorch on their bodies. They knelt down on one knee in panic and lowered their heads heavily. Please calm down. Sir Noah. Yerbade squeezed out a voice that sounded like he was about to cry. If we have done anything wrong, please punish us, Sir Noah. Zaisha, Jan, Mare, Cosets, and Demiurgos also shouted loudly. Please punish us, Sir Noah. Obviously, everyone thought that they had done something wrong and angered Noah, which made Noah suddenly attack them. In this regard, Noah just stood up, walked forward slowly, and spat out indifferent words. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I don't like you, so I blasted you away. This sentence made everyone, led by Yerbade, widen their eyes in disbelief. Because I don't like you? Because I don't like you, so I blasted everyone away. The guardians of the big underground tomb in Nassarik almost couldn't believe their ears. What? Noah said indifferently. Do you think I'm rude and unreasonable? No. I wouldn't dare. Yerbade bit his lip, and his shoulders trembled. As a supreme sovereign, how can you be rude and unreasonable? However, Noah denied Yerbade's words. No, this is the so-called rude and unreasonable. Moreover, there is nothing more rude and unreasonable than this. After saying this, Noah slowly raised a hand to his side. Therefore, I have to tell you that I will be even more rude and unreasonable from now on. Blades, swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of other treasures suddenly emerged from the golden ripples around Noah and pointed at Yerbade and the others. Because I really don't like you, blasting you away is no longer enough to satisfy me. I'm going to kill you for real. The heavy and substantial pressure, along with Noah's ruthless and unreasonable words, pierced into the hearts of the guardians. If you want to live, then stand up, resist, and kill me. This sentence made the hearts of all the guardians of the big underground tomb in Nassarik tremble. Their eyes were filled with intense despair. That despair was not directed at Noah. Instead, it was directed at himself. No. Yerbade shouted out the thoughts in the hearts of all the guardians present. How could we possibly make a move against you, a supreme sovereign? However, this sentence was met with a leisurely smile from Noah. If you don't resist, then only death awaits you. Hearing this, the group of guardians actually raised their heads in unison and said in unison, Our lives belong to Lord Noah. After saying that, the guardians lowered their heads and closed their eyes, looking as if they were willing to be beheaded. Among them, Yerbade's heart was filled with sorrow. How could this young lady not be heartbroken when her beloved master said that he did not like her to the point of wanting to kill her? The rest of them, on the other hand, had fearful yet determined looks on their faces. Even so, none of the guardians present, including Yerbade, had any grudges against Noah's brutality and cruelty. Noah looked at the group of guardians who lowered their heads obediently, looking as if they would have no regrets even if they were killed. A thoughtful look flashed across his dark, deep eyes. Noah did not really dislike these guardians to the point of wanting to kill them directly. Noah just wanted to know if these guardians would be as loyal to Noah, the owner of the underground tomb in Nassarik, no matter what the situation was. After all, no matter how accurate the settings in the game were, they could not be so accurate to the point of including people's hearts. It was like a person who was a traitor. Even if they were absolutely loyal to others, once they were disappointed or even rebellious, they would slowly walk the path of betrayal. Noah did not believe that the loyalty of these guardians in the game was off the charts, and that they would always be so loyal in the future. The human heart was complicated. It was hard to say when a guardian would become dissatisfied with being loyal to Noah and start to rebel. That was why Noah treated these guardians in the most rude and unreasonable way. If even this kind of rude and unreasonable behavior would not cause the guardians to betray him, then Noah would more or less choose to believe these people. He believed that these people would not go against his will. In that case, at least under Noah's leadership, the possibility of the underground tomb in Nasarek bringing serious effects to this world would be greatly reduced. Of course, he had to add fuel to the fire. Is that so? Noah said. Then what if I tell you to kill everyone except yourself? Chapter 1158. Following Noah's words, the atmosphere in the throne room became so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Led by Yair Abed, Zaisha, Yal, Mer, Kasitz, Demi-Yugos, and Annabelle all felt their breathing stop. But immediately after, apart from Annabelle, all the guardians raised their heads and looked at each other with unswerving determination and cruelty in their eyes. Seeing this, Noah understood. These NPCs from Yggdrasil were truly blindly loyal. No matter how ruthless or unreasonable Noah's orders were, as long as they came from Noah's mouth, no matter how incomprehensible they were, they would obediently obey. Only at this moment did Noah let down his guard against the NPCs in Nazarek's tomb. This was because Gaia had told Aleya that the great underground tomb in Nasarek could have a serious impact on the world. Even though the NPCs led by Yair Bade had been so obedient to him yesterday, Noah was still a little wary of them. Now, seeing how blindly loyal the guardians were, Noah let down his guard. At the very least, this meant that Noah's words held a lot of weight in their hearts. As long as he could ensure that these people listened to his orders, with Noah around, would he still need to worry about the tomb taking the initiative to cause trouble? This was also the reason why he used such an extreme method to test the guardians. Otherwise, Noah could have done as Gaia and Aleya had said. He could have directly wiped out everyone, everything in the great underground tomb of Nasarek. That would have been the easiest. Now, seeing how the guardians in Nazarek's tomb valued his orders so much, Noah felt that it was worth it for him to go in such a big circle to protect them. At once, Noah slowly retracted his raised hand, allowing the sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and other weapons that emerged from the golden ripples to retract and disappear along with the golden ripples in the space. This scene stunned the guardians of Nazarek's tomb who were about to attack each other. They stared blankly at Noah. In front of the guardians, Noah sighed. Seeing you not hesitate to attack your companions because of my orders, I really don't know whether I should be happy or not. This sentence undoubtedly caused the guardians to be at a loss. However, Noah was telling the truth. In order to ensure that these people in Nazarek's tomb listened to his orders and did not do anything that would affect the world, Noah had to confirm their loyalty. However, after confirming the loyalty of the guardians, Noah felt that a single order from him could make the guardians, who were his companions, kill each other without hesitation. That made him feel very complicated. If you really want to listen to me, then I will give you my first order. Noah looked at the guardians. Cherish your companions, even if it is my order. If someone wants to hurt your most important companions, then you should resist. After saying this, Noah ignored the guardians who were stunned. He turned around and walked straight out of the throne room. Annabelle, who reacted, quickly stood up and bowed to Yair Bade and the others. Then, she followed behind Noah and left together. As for the group of guardians who remained in the throne room, they maintained a kneeling posture with one knee. They lowered their heads and did not get up, causing the oppressive atmosphere to permeate the air. After a long time, an extremely soft voice slowly sounded and broke the silence. "Hey, sister," Malay said in a weak and dejected tone to Yal, who was beside him. "Did we disappoint Lord Noah?" All the guardians present trembled and showed uneasiness one after another. "Is Lord Noah disappointed in us?" Yal was also at a loss, like a child who had lost his way. Then, what should we do in the future? This was also the thought in the hearts of all the guardians present. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness filled the hearts of all the guardians. To these guardians who were born as NPCs in the game, there was nothing more important than Noah, who was the owner of the great underground tomb in Nasarick. The so-called loyalty had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of all the guardians here. And there was only one person to whom this loyalty was directed. That was Noah. If the person they were willing to sacrifice all their loyalty to was disappointed in them, then there was really nothing more heartbreaking and unsettling for the NPCs in the great underground tomb in Nasarick. Among the guardians present, only 2 of them remained calm for the time being. "Hey, Demiurgos," Bade muttered to Demiurgos. "What do you think?" Hearing this, Demiurgos pushed the glasses on his nose up the bridge of his nose. After a moment of silence, he said this. "Without a doubt, Lord Noah was testing our loyalty just now." Everyone, including Bade, agreed with Demiurgos' words. One of the reasons was that the guardians present had more or less figured out the situation. The other reason was that Demiurgos was not only the guardian of the great underground tomb on the 7th floor of Nasarick, but he was also the NPC commander of the great underground tomb when defending against external enemies. In other words, he was the so-called military advisor. His shrewdness, at least in terms of setting, was the best in the entire great underground tomb in Nasarick. And Noah did not hide his actions, so it was natural for him to be seen through. "The Honorable Supreme is testing our loyalty." "I understand that." Kosset spat out white mist from his mouth and spat out a voice that sounded like a gong. "The question is, did we disappoint the Honorable Supreme?" All of a sudden, all the guardians present perked up their ears. However, regarding this, Demiurgos said in a somewhat vexed manner. "As far as I'm concerned, Lord Noah should have mixed feelings, right?" "Mixed feelings?" Bade quickly asked. "What do you mean?" "We have offered the highest level of loyalty to the Honorable Supreme. This should have satisfied the Honorable Supreme." Demiurgos lowered his head slightly and said. "However, the Honorable Supreme is dissatisfied that we even obeyed orders to kill each other." "Huh?" Blinked and said in confusion. "Why?" Before Demiurgos could explain, Bade suddenly raised his head. "Is there a need to say it?" Bade crossed his hands in front of him as if he was praying, looking as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. "Because Lord Noah is a compassionate Honorable Supreme. He does not wish to see us kill each other." Bade's words made the group of guardians fall silent at first, but soon after, they all revealed moved and grateful expressions. "To us, the Honorable Supreme's orders are absolute," Demiurgos concluded with a sentence. "However, to the Honorable Supreme, seeing that we did not hesitate to carry out the orders to kill each other, it must be quite heart-wrenching, right? So that's why you said that Lord Noah was both happy and worried about our performance?" Kosset nodded in understanding and then said words of admiration. "As expected of the Honorable Supreme. He is so compassionate." The rest of the guardians nodded in agreement, looking grateful and full of longing. If Noah saw this scene, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry, right? Indeed, Noah was both happy and worried. The joy was indeed because he had confirmed the loyalty of the guardians. However, he was worried because the guardians did not place as much importance on the concept of companions as Noah had thought. After all, to Noah, companions were existences that needed to be highly valued. Noah's friends who had grown up with him thought the same way. That was why they were both happy and worried. They could not be considered compassionate, right? "It's useless to think about it now," Bade stood up and said firmly. "Guardians, we have to find an opportunity to make up for today's loss of composure and make our Honorable Supreme satisfied with us. That would be the greatest glory for us." The guardians made up their minds and nodded heavily. At this moment, Demiurgos finally noticed. Beside him, Taya had been half kneeling, her head lowered, and she seemed to be silent. "Satya?" Demiurgos asked in confusion. "What's wrong with you?" The girl named Satya slowly raised her head. Her eyes were misty and she looked extremely intoxicated. Lord Noah is so powerful. I really hope he treats me like how he treated me just now. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. However, everyone was used to it. This was because everyone knew that Satya had all kinds of inexplicable hobbies. Just now, Noah's actions had probably aroused the masochistic part of her heart, right? Hence, Bade spoke with extreme disdain. What a lowly vampire. The intoxicated Satya immediately sobered up and glared at Bade. Bade also glared back, not to be outdone. The two beautiful girls stared at each other, causing the guardians to look at each other in dismay once again. Chapter 1159. The guardians of Nazarik's tomb were having a conversation in the throne room, but Noah didn't know about it. However, after seeing the foolish loyalty of the guardians, Noah had more or less made some decisions about how to deal with the underground tomb of Nasarik. Although they are all aberrations, at least they don't seem to have any intention of harming anything, Noah muttered to himself. If there are no accidents, then let's protect Nasarik. This decision would probably make Gaia and Alea unhappy, right? However, this was Noah's decision. Although he didn't want to see the world suffer any major impact, Noah couldn't sacrifice some innocent people because of this. If the people in the tomb were the kind of existences that wouldn't be a pity even if they died, then Noah wouldn't mind doing so. However, the guardians of the tomb in Nasarik were not as evil as Noah had imagined. On the contrary, they had their own beliefs. Since they could even withstand Noah's unreasonable probing, then Noah felt that he needed to do something for the tomb that had intruded into a foreign world. If Nazarik's tomb can be integrated into this world, then I can leave in peace. This sentence was probably the truest thought in Noah's heart. After all, it was impossible for Noah to stay here and take care of the entire Nasarik tomb, and it was impossible for the tomb to return to its original world. It was destined to either be destroyed or integrated into this world and continue to survive in this world. What Noah needed to do was to integrate Nazarik's underground tomb into the world and ensure that it could continue to survive. However, in the ears of others, this sentence was completely different. At the very least, Annabelle, who was following behind Noah and inadvertently heard Noah's muttering, had a sudden change in expression. She could no longer remain silent. Please. Please don't say that. Under Noah's surprised gaze, Annabelle knelt on the ground. Her face looked a little pale, but she still tried her best to express her thoughts. You are the supreme that we are loyal to. You are the meaning of our existence. If we lose you, our monarch, our lives will have no weight. Sir Noah, Nasarik can't live without you. Seeing Annabelle kneeling on the ground with a pale and painful face, Noah was stunned. After reacting, he smiled bitterly. The meaning of your existence? What if I'm not the meaning of your existence? No. That's absolutely impossible. Annabelle said without hesitation. The meaning of our existence was destined at the moment of birth. We exist for the Supreme You. Even if the world is destroyed, it can't be changed. Hearing Annabelle's cry that seemed to come from her soul, Noah's mood was a little complicated. Because Noah knew that what Annabelle said was the truth. From the moment of birth, these NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nasarik existed for the players who created them. This was an indisputable fact. What was so strange about sacrificing everything for one's creator? However, Noah was not the creator of the great underground tomb of Nasarik. The real creator of the great underground tomb of Nasarik was the player, Ains Ur Gong. Noah just took over this position under the arrangement of Gaia and Alea. In other words, Noah was not qualified to be sacrificed by the NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nasarik. This was also an indisputable fact. At that moment, Noah cast his gaze on Annabelle, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you should still have the knowledge from the game, right? Huh? Annabelle was stunned. Maybe you didn't notice, but I have to tell you, Noah said bluntly. Now, we are in another world. The entire great underground tomb of Nasarik has been transferred to a strange world. It is no longer the Yggdrasil that you are familiar with. Annabelle could not react at all. It was apparent that Noah's words had more or less exceeded the understanding of this combat maid. Seeing this, Noah was even more certain. These NPCs from Yggdrasil actually still retained everything from the game in the past, including knowledge and settings. However, these NPCs did not have the pure knowledge of data that did not have any emotions until yesterday. It was just like how everyone knew that they were born from their mother's 10 months of pregnancy, but one day, someone told them that they were born from a crack in a rock, and that their knowledge was just wrong knowledge that was imperceptibly influenced by humans. These NPCs from Yggdrasil should feel that they had a personality and soul from the moment they were created. In fact, until yesterday, they were just a piece of data. However, the knowledge and settings left behind when they were still data were left behind. Therefore, Annabelle and others knew that they used to be NPCs in the game, but they did not have the consciousness of being pure data. To put it simply, you are wrong to think that I am your creator, Noah said. I'm just an uninvited guest who suddenly broke into your world, and you're uninvited guests who suddenly broke into this world. Because we're both uninvited guests, that's why we interacted. In fact, before yesterday, we didn't have any relationship at all. That's all. This. How can this be? Annabelle looked like she could not understand. You are our utmost exalt. We know that very well. This knowing itself is just a relationship that is set up. In fact, it is not like this at all. Noah also bent his knees and maintained the same height as Annabelle. He looked into Annabelle's eyes and said, I'm not the one you should be loyal to. I just came here with such an identity. If you're willing to listen to me, I'll lead you to survive in this world. However, I'm not the reason for your survival. You have to be clear about this. Annabelle stared blankly at Noah, who had a serious expression on his face. She completely lost her reaction. Seeing this, Noah sighed slightly and stood up. Think about it yourself. After leaving this sentence, Noah turned around and continued to walk forward. Annabelle was left alone. She looked at Noah's back and could not react for a long time. Am I being a bit cruel by saying this? Walking in the corridor of the 9th floor, Noah frowned as he walked forward. After all, the person who changed their settings is me. They are just following the settings to be loyal. In fact, the people who changed this part of the settings should be Gaia and Alea. However, the one who replaced this position was undoubtedly Noah. For Annabelle and others, it was natural for them to be absolutely loyal to the owner of the tomb in Nazareth. Now, this meaning of survival was indirectly taken away by Noah. In this way, was Noah not cruel? But this is a problem that we will have to face sooner or later. Noah sighed again and again. They are no longer NPCs, but real living creatures. They should have their own will. Of course, whether this was good or not was another matter. I was just testing their loyalty, and now I'm telling them that the one they should be loyal to is not me. Ah, I hate myself a little. Noah let out a bitter smile, then suppressed all the distracting thoughts, stopped thinking about it, and walked toward his destination. Not long after, at the end of the corridor, a door appeared in front of Noah. Noah pushed the door open without any hesitation and walked in. It was a spacious room. A room like a conference room. In the center of the room, there was a very luxurious huge round table. Some seats were neatly arranged around the round table. Noah, on the other hand, cast his gaze in the direction of the wall immediately. There, a magic staff was embedded in it, slowly rotating. Chapter 1160. The room that Noah was in now was called the Round Table, which looked like a conference room. It was where the guild members of Ains Ul Gong gathered in the past. In the center of the room was a huge round table surrounded by a total of 41 luxurious chairs. Those were the seats of the guild members of Ains Ul Gong in the past. As for the wall that Noah was looking at, there was an empty space that looked like an exhibition cabinet. Inside, there was a magic staff floating in the air. Its entire body was golden in color and its design was similar to a scepter. It was a magic staff. The body of the staff was twisted like a snake and the top was shaped like a cup. It looked as though there were 7 snakes extending out from it. The edges of the cup were surrounded by the mouths of the snakes. It looked as though it was struggling in extreme pain. It gave off a feeling of sacredness and majesty. It also gave off a creepy feeling. Within the mouths of the 7 snakes, there was a gem of a different color. Those gems were all god-tier items. Staff of Ains ul Gong. That was the name of the magic staff. In Yggdrasil, every guild had a guild weapon. A guild weapon could be said to be the symbol of a guild. It was also the most important thing in a guild. Because, if a guild weapon was damaged, the guild would be completely disintegrated. Therefore, guild weapons would not be used to display their power. Instead, they would be placed in the safest place. Even so, no one would casually set a weapon as a guild weapon. Because it was the symbol of the entire guild, the stronger the guild, the more powerful the guild weapon would be. Take Staff of Ains ul Gong, for example. The gems in the mouths of the 7 snakes on the magic staff were not only god-tier items, they were also a set of items. Since it was a set of items, after the complete collection, it would naturally be able to display a strength of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 that was greater than 7. Not only that, in addition to the gems, the magic staff itself was also a rare and high-grade weapon. Therefore, the power of Staff of Ains ul Gong that was finally created was far beyond the god tier. It was definitely comparable to a world-class guild weapon. As mentioned earlier, a world-class guild weapon was not something that a player could possess. That was because of 2 reasons. 1. In Yggdrasil, there are only 200 world-class items. They are known as the ultimate items. 2. World-class items. Each of them has a unique effect. Some can even destroy the balance of the game. For example, among the world-class tools that could destroy the balance, there were 20 tools that possessed unparalleled extraordinary abilities called the 20. Some of them could completely delete the target from the game, but at the cost of the user being completely deleted as well. Some of them could request Yggdrasil's production company to change part of the magic system. There was also the strongest world-class item. It was said that it could continuously grow stronger without limit. After a period of time, the wielder would be able to conquer the entire underground tomb of Nasarick. Of course, the world-class items named 20 were too powerful, and would disappear after one use. Although the rest of the world-class items weren't like this, since it was a world-class item like the 20, its effects and uses could be imagined. It was easy to imagine the power of the Staff of Ains ul Gong, which was comparable to such a world-class item. Unfortunately, it's going to be mine now. Noah, who was standing in front of the Staff of Ains ul Gong, reached out his hand and held the staff. Wang! The moment Noah held the Staff of Anzi Ulkyong in his hand, the Staff of Anzi Ulkyong emitted a flickering reddish-black light. In the light, faces full of pain appeared one after another. Then, they collapsed and disappeared. Then, they appeared again and again. It was so realistic that one could almost hear the painful wails. This scene made Noah frown. How bad of a taste is this? In fact, if he thought about it carefully, since the creatures in the underground tomb of Nasarick were all aliens, then the nature of the player who created this stronghold, Ains ul Gong, was obvious. It must be the kind of existence that was like a villain and evil, right? And this kind of setting would indeed make some people feel excited. Unfortunately, Noah was not one of them. He did not have the twisted mentality of feeling happy when he saw others in pain. Naturally, he would be a little unhappy. Forget it. Noah removed the Staff of Ains ul Gong from his body. For the underground tomb of Nasarick, this staff is still very important. I'll take it with me for now. When he held the Staff of Ains ul Gong, Noah could clearly feel that his abilities in all aspects had improved. Could this be considered a characteristic of equipment that was born in the game? For example, it could increase his attributes. Moreover, the Staff of Ains ul Gong could not only increase his attributes, but it also had many hidden skills and magic. Among them, there were even some skills and magic effects that surprised Noah. In terms of functions and effects, this staff is probably comparable to an X-grade relic, right? This was not an exaggeration. This was because Noah realized that if he used the staff of Ains Ur Gong, he could even do something as ridiculous as resurrecting the NPCs in the underground tomb of Nassarik. As for resurrection, even in Noah's treasure vault, he could not find a relic that had the same effect. With this ability, how could the staff of Ains Ur Gong not be an X-grade relic? However, this is also related to the different worlds, right? Noah held the staff of Ains Ur Gong tightly and said to himself. After all, resurrection is a common occurrence in the game. In the eyes of the people here, this ability might not be that impressive, right? With this thought in mind, Noah let go of the staff of Ains Ur Gong. Virum. A golden ripple immediately appeared from the space and swallowed the staff of Ains Ur Gong. Both of them disappeared into the air. Then, Noah looked around and left the room called the Round Table. After leaving the room called the Round Table, Noah walked in the direction of his own room. What surprised Noah was that at the door of the room, with Yair Bade as the leader, a group of guardians were all there, and they all looked uneasy. Master Noah. After noticing Noah's arrival, the group of guardians was suddenly happy, then shocked, and immediately knelt down on one knee one by one. Among them, Yair Bade and Malay's expressions were more or less a little nervous. That was natural. Not long ago, Noah was so rude and unreasonable to them. It was natural for them to behave like this. Noah did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. When he chose to use this method to test what kind of people these guardians were, Noah more or less guessed the result. Therefore, Noah did not want to correct anything. He directly went forward and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you all gathered in this place? This sentence made the group of guardians excited. How can you say that this is a place like this? Yair Bade looked like he was trying to express something. This is the residence of the Supreme Being. To us, this is the most sacred place. The group of guardians also nodded vigorously, which made Noah raise his eyebrows. I treated you like that just now, and you still treat me as a Supreme Being? Please don't say that. Zaisha looked more agitated than Yair Bade and said this with a red face. To be treated like that by the Supreme Being. That is also a gift to us. That's right. It is a gift. Please continue to whip us like that. Suddenly, the rest of the guardians showed a look of wanting to refute but not knowing how to refute. Noah, on the other hand, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel that the guardians of the first, second, and third levels seem to be a little dangerous? Chapter 1161. Noah did not know that Satya was a vampire with all kinds of special hobbies. The probing in the throne room had completely drawn out the masochistic part of this vampire's heart. Therefore, at this moment, Satya's gaze towards Noah was not only filled with scorching heat, but even her cheeks were flushed. Noah really felt that it was enough. It was one thing for Yair Bade to be set to love his master, but now there was a lowly vampire with the same exaggerated setting. In addition, Yair Bade was a tomboy and Marley was a trap. On the other hand, Cossets and Demiurgos, who did not look like good people, had a serious look. This left Noah with only one thought in his mind. Sure enough, the players in the guild called Ains Ur Gong were all hardcore and evil. Noah could only cover his face. Forget it, since you're all here, let's go in first. After saying that, Noah pushed the door open and walked into the room. In this room that was like a royal suite and a villa, there was a very luxurious office. Every piece of furniture in the room was decorated with exquisite decorations, full of taste and value. The floor was covered with a soft and fluffy crimson carpet that did not make the slightest sound when walking. On the wall deep in the room, different flags were set up in a crisscross pattern. In such a room, there was also a very imposing black sandalwood desk. Noah led a group of guardians into the office and sat down on the black leather chair in front of the desk. He looked at the guardians. Okay, what's the matter? Yerbade exchanged glances with the group of guardians. Then, he took a step forward and spoke in an uneasy tone. Sir Noah, didn't you gather all the guardians because you have something to tell us? Something to tell us? Noah scratched his cheek and shrugged. Don't you know why we gathered you? This. Yerbade became hesitant, as if he did not know what to say. Instead, it was Demiurgos who pushed up his glasses and said boldly. If I'm not wrong, Sir Noah wants to test our loyalty, right? That's right. Noah did not hide it and directly admitted it. So, if I made you unhappy, I can apologize to you. No, no such thing. Demiurgos' calm face turned into a slight panic as he bowed slightly. As the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nasaric, it is natural for you to confirm the loyalty of your subordinates. We are definitely not dissatisfied with this. I hope that you are at least a little. Noah smiled helplessly. After all, I am testing you for my own reasons, not for the great tomb of Nasaric. This sentence was half true and half false. The true part was that Noah's of the great tomb of tomb of Nasaric. The false part of the world tomb of Nasaric tomb of Nasaric no should be erased. Should be protected. These two decisions were the difference between heaven and earth for the great tomb of Nasaric. Therefore, that test could also be said to be for the sake of the great tomb of Nasaric. In this regard, the guardians had their own insistence. Our lives belong to you, Yerbade said solemnly. No matter what your intentions are or how you treat us, we will have no regrets. The other guardians also seemed to agree, which made Noah's eyes flicker. Although it was only the settings of the game that caused these guardians to be so loyal, no matter what, Noah had obtained this loyalty. Since he had obtained the loyalty of everyone in the great tomb of Nasaric, then it was also Noah's responsibility to work for them. Just like when he became the God Slayer, the first thing Noah felt was not the benefits of power and strength, but the responsibility of standing up for the humans who were threatened by the god of disobedience. Becoming the master of the great tomb of Nasaric symbolized power and strength, but at the same time, it also came with such a responsibility. If these are your sincere words, then I will accept your resolve. Noah suddenly smiled. Let me be your master. Yes. Become the master. It was not like before, where it was just a relationship. Here, the relationship between Noah and the great tomb of Nasaric was truly confirmed. When they heard Noah's words, the guardians, led by Yerbade, were overjoyed. They all knelt down on one knee and offered the highest respect. We swear that we will give everything we have to you, the Supreme Master. At this point, Noah had truly become the master of these guardians' loyalty. For this world, the great tomb of Nasaric was undoubtedly a place that did not originally exist. Therefore, Noah was quite concerned about where the great tomb of Nasaric had been moved to in this world. If it was some deep mountain or forest, then it was a good thing. However, if it was moved to a place that was extremely close to humans, then it was not a good thing. Everyone in the great tomb of Nasaric was an abnormality. For humans, all the creatures in the great tomb of Nasaric were just monsters. If it was moved to a place close to humans, then it would either cause panic or attract hostility. Therefore, Noah was prepared to go to the surface to see what kind of world this was and what kind of place the great tomb of Nasaric was before making any further plans. Unfortunately, this mission was taken up by Demiurgos at the first possible moment. There is no reason for the Supreme Master, Lord Noah, to personally deal with such a small matter. After saying this, Demiurgos took the mission and went to the surface. Noah specifically ordered that, other than Demiurgos himself, no abnormality creatures in the great tomb of Nasaric were allowed to be brought out. Although he more or less trusted the guardians, Noah was still not at ease with the rest of the people in the great tomb of Nasaric. Who knew, if he let them out, it would cause a situation that could affect this world. Yerbade and the others used their actions and performances to prove their loyalty. However, Noah had not seen the rest of them. Even though he knew that they were loyal, he was still not at ease without seeing them with his own eyes. Therefore, Noah ordered the guardians of each floor to prohibit the creatures in the great tomb of Nassarik from going to the surface. After that, Noah planned to go to the treasure hall of the great tomb of Nassarik. Treasure hall? Yair Bade, who was accompanying Noah, asked in confusion. Lord Noah, is there anything you want to take? Something you want to take? Noah, who was sitting on the black leather chair, showed a mischievous expression. Of course, I want to take everything. Huh? Yair Bade was even more confused. Looking at Yair Bade's confused expression, Noah touched his nose. Could he tell Yair Bade that he felt that many of the items in the game would be able to display effects and functions that the items in his own treasury could not, so he wanted to loot it? Anyway, if you see anything useful, just take it out. Noah spread his hands and said to Yair Bade. Yair Bade, do you want to come too? Can I? Yair Bade's face was filled with joy, but it quickly dimmed. But, the treasure hall is a place that only Supremes can enter. We can't go in. Indeed, the treasure hall of the great tomb of Nassarik could only be entered by those who wore the Ans Ur Gong ring. You can't enter the treasure hall without Ans Ul Gong's ring of discipline. Then I can't do anything. Noah rubbed the ring in his hand and shook his head. I only have this one ring, and I found it by accident in my room. It's okay. Yair Bade showed an obviously disappointed expression for a moment, but he quickly said after a while. I'm already very happy that Lord Noah is thinking of me. Is that so? Noah could not help but laugh. Then, if there's a chance to find a second ring, I'll give it to you. Yair and Bade immediately beamed with joy. Chapter 1162. Actually, Nazarik's treasure hall was not in Nazarik's underground tomb. If he wanted to go to Nazarik's treasure hall, he had to use Ans Ur's ring of respect to teleport. Therefore, when Noah used Ans Ur's ring of respect to teleport to the treasure hall, the first thing that appeared in front of him was a dazzling golden color. The golden light was all brought about by the glittering gold coins. The place where Noah was now was a very vast palace. Inside the palace, there were many huge cabinets that were so tall that they could reach the ceiling. Inside, there were bursts of light that were even more dazzling than the golden light. Upon closer inspection, there were many luxurious-looking items lying in the huge cabinets. There were short staves inlaid with jade. There were protective gloves made of scarlet gold. There were beasts made of obsidian. There were daggers made of light purple crystal. There were crowns decorated with huge diamonds. There were coats made of golden beast skin. There were magic books with steel covers. There were black cloaks with countless small gems sewn on them. There were also scrolls that emitted a strong magical aura, precious stones that were as big as crystal balls, and pieces of crystals with small hexagonal crystal pillars embedded in them, etc. There were no most luxurious items, only more luxurious items. As for the center of the palace that had no cabinets, there were mountains of gold coins and gems piled up. The dazzling golden light that flickered in the entire space was emitted from these mountains of gold and gems. In addition, there was a faint purple gas floating in the air. Sensing the purple gas, Noah muttered to himself. Poison. That's right. The faint purple gas that filled the treasure hall was all poison. Moreover, it was a highly toxic poison that could kill any creature that did not have poison immunity in less than 3 steps. This was one of the measures set up to prevent outsiders from breaking into the treasure hall and stealing the treasures here. After all, the treasure hall was not in Nazarik's underground tomb, and there were no guards here. It would not be strange if someone came in. However, it was wrong to say that there were no guards. According to what Noah knew, there was actually a guardian in the depths of the treasure hall who was responsible for managing the treasure hall. There are quite a lot of interesting things. Noah looked around at the items in the huge cabinets and clicked his tongue in wonder. Every piece of equipment, every tool, and every item was at least at the level of a holy relic. As for the items below the level of a holy relic, they were piled up on the ground of the palace like the gold and silver treasures. Naturally, the first thing that Noah looked at was the items in the huge cabinets. According to Noah's judgment, the level of the equipment, the level of the relic, and the level of the gate of Babylon could be compared to the level of the relic level. Level equipment, the level of the holy level was level of relic. Legendary level equipment level relic was level of relic level of the holy relic, and heritage level equipment level relic was level D to level E. As for the low level, intermediate level, advanced level, and highest level equipment, tools, and items, they could not even be considered as relic level. Of course, the relic with the plus effect was an exception. Otherwise, even a level B plus relic could surpass the level of the holy level equipment, tools, and items. Under such circumstances, Noah, who possessed the gate of Babylon, naturally wouldn't pay attention to the low-level items that were casually piled up on the ground. However, there are some things that can be done easily in the game that my gate of Babylon can't do, no matter how high-level the items are. Noah strolled around the entire treasure hall and exclaimed in surprise. So, even if it's a low-level item, I can't miss it. Let's not talk about anything else, just the short staff that Noah was holding in his hand was enough. It was about 30 centimeters long and had the color of ivory. The front part of the staff was decorated with gold, and the staff was engraved with a strange rune. It was filled with a holy aura. It was an item called the Resurrection Short Staff. As the name suggested, it was a magical tool that could resurrect the dead. In the game, resurrecting a character was the most common thing. However, in the world of the M-shaped moon, or in other worlds, resurrecting the dead was a miracle. Even Noah, who was the God Slayer, only had the authority to resurrect himself, and there were various restrictions. Resurrecting others in the world of the M-shaped moon was already in the realm of magic. This was a problem that every magician and mage in the M-shaped moon could not overcome. Now, here, it was something that could be done with a small staff. In the Gate of Babylon, although there were no items that could resurrect the dead, there were elixirs that could rejuvenate one's youth and even make one immortal. There was no need for such things here. In other words, Noah's treasure hall and Nazarik's treasure hall each had their own precious aspects. Now, they all belonged to Noah. Of course, this magical tool called the Resurrection Short Staff had many restrictions. First, the number of times it could be resurrected was extremely limited. After it was used, the tool would disappear. Secondly, in Yggdrasil, resurrection magic was also divided into levels. The resurrection magic in these short staffs was only low-level resurrection magic. Not only did it require the body of the dead to be complete, but it also required too much power. In the game's terms, if the level exceeded a certain level, then it could not be resurrected. Well, it's better than nothing. With this thought in mind, Noah first threw the short staff in his hand on the ground. Then, the corner of his mouth curved up in an evil arc as he raised one hand, accompanied by the sound of space trembling. Golden ripples appeared one after another from the huge cabinets leaning against the wall. They swallowed the items one by one and kept them in Noah's treasure hall. Another sound of space trembling rang out. This time, the golden ripples appeared from the bottom of the rather valuable items on the ground and swallowed them one by one. In just a moment, the entire Nazarik's treasure hall was left with equipment, items, and items that Noah did not care about or that were similar to Noah's treasure hall. As for the entire mountain of gold coins and gems, Noah did not care about them at all. There was a treasure hall that had a lot more than this and could automatically replenish itself after consumption. The things here are just appetizers. Noah turned his gaze in a direction. The things there are the real feast. On the wall where Noah's gaze landed, there was a huge door. No, it could not be called a door. To be more precise, it should be called the entrance of a passage. At the entrance of this passage, there was a black shadow stuck to it like a bottomless hole. The black shadow was a door that needed to be said with a specific password to open. The main body was a magic tool with such a function. Unfortunately, magic is useless to me. Saying this, Noah did not even say the password and directly slammed into the door. At the same time that Noah slammed into the door, the shadow-like door immediately rippled like the surface of the water. In the end, the place where Noah passed through suddenly became empty like a bubble that was pierced. allowing Noah to pass through. Then, a passage that revealed a quiet and solemn atmosphere appeared in front of Noah. On the walls on both sides of the passage, there were spaces that looked like exhibition cabinets. In the spaces, there were many exquisitely shaped items lying there. Some of these items were just flashy ordinary items, while others were rare items that were worth a lot of money. This scene made Noah very happy. Chapter 1163. When Noah descended into this world with Nazarik's underground tomb, Gaia and Alea had imbued Noah with the knowledge of this part of the game data that they had intercepted, but it was only a general knowledge. For example, Noah knew what kind of existence the tomb in Nazarik was, what kind of place it was, what kind of creatures lived in it, and especially what kind of people stood out from the rest of the world. Noah knew all of this. However, Noah did not know the details. For example, Noah did not know that Yar-Abed was a crazy woman. For example, Noah did not know that Zaisha had all kinds of hobbies. If it was not for the fact that gender was still within the scope of the knowledge he had been given, Noah might not even know the true gender of Yar and Marley. As such, Noah did not know the actual operation of the underground tomb of Nazarik. Naturally, Noah only knew the general structure and use of the treasure hall in the underground tomb of Nazarik. According to Noah's knowledge, in the treasure hall, the truly precious items were generally categorized according to various series such as weapons, defensive equipment, accessories, props, consumables, and even crafting materials. Furthermore, protective measures had been set up for them. As such, as soon as he entered the depths of the treasure hall, Noah began to truly plunder. As long as it was an item that was not in the gate of Babylon, Noah would not hesitate to put it into his treasure hall. The only things that were left behind were those in the gate of Babylon that had similar effects and uses. Even Noah did not care about them. Even so, in the end, more than 30% of the treasures were left behind in the treasure hall. This did not include the items that only had monetary value. Things like gold coins and gems that only had monetary value were things that Noah, who had an unlimited supply of them, would not take them. These things were useless to Noah, but to the underground tomb of Nazarik, they were useful for management and operation. Noah would not go so far as to take them away. In the end, in the entire treasure hall of Nazarik, only 30% of the valuable items were left. Of course, the items that were not very precious and did not catch Noah's eye were all left behind. They were not taken away by Noah. Among the many items, the most worthy of mention was the world-class item. Even in Yggdrasil, there were only 200 of them. Among them, 20 were consumables that could only be used once. In the past, Ainsworth Gongi had a total of 12 of these super precious items. Out of these 12 world-class items, one was taken away by Ains Ur Gong's enemy, while the other one was held in the name of the guild president. Therefore, there were still 10 world-class items left in the underground tomb of Nazarik. Some of them were scattered in the underground tomb of Nazarik, and were used to defend against foreign enemies. Others were placed in the deepest part of the treasure hall, and were protected by the guardians. There were a total of 6 world-class items placed in the treasure hall. Moreover, 2 of them were consumable world-class items that were ranked among the top 20. The 2 ranked world-class items were the ultimate trump cards of the entire underground tomb of Nazarik. Therefore, after Noah met with the guardians of the treasure hall, he took away the remaining 4 world-class items placed in the treasure hall. The remaining 2 ranked world-class items were left here, in case the underground tomb of Nazarik encountered a fatal crisis when Noah was not around. Of course, Noah did not take away the world-class items that were distributed in the underground tomb of Nazarik, and were used to defend against foreign enemies. He left them in their original places. It was also worth mentioning that one of these world-class items was in the hands of Yair-Bade, the head of the guardians. Then, a satisfied Noah left the treasure hall with a decent harvest. He used the ability of Ains Wool's Ring of Respect to teleport back to his room in the underground tomb of Nazarik. However, as soon as Noah returned to his room, a rumbling sound reverberated in the air. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, the violent impact was like a surging wave of air, shaking in all directions. Noah, who was not prepared, was startled by the sudden explosion and shock wave, but his reaction was not slow. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and he quickly retreated. It was not until he had retreated a certain distance that he hurriedly looked in front of him. What entered Noah's eyes was a chaotic battle. Led by Yair-Bade, Zaisha, Yaochi, Mer, Cossets, and Demiurgos were gathered together as if they had formed an encirclement. All of them were emitting evil auras of various colors, and their faces were ferocious. On the side, led by Sebastian, a group of battle maids from the Pleiades star cluster were also fully armed and guarding there. Their faces were solemn, and they seemed to be ready to support the guardians at any time. Coupled with the shocking explosion and shock wave just now, it was obvious that the most powerful combat forces in the underground tomb of Nasaric had encountered an enemy. And the enemy that had gathered more than half of the most powerful combat forces in the underground tomb of Nasaric to deal with was a sword. A steel sword that was suspended in mid-air, constantly pacing back and forth. Its entire body was shining with silver light, and the blade was shining with a frightening cold light. If it was not the Demon Slayer, what could it be? In other words, more than half of the most powerful combat forces in the underground tomb of Nasaric were dealing with the enemy. It was Noah's contracted sprite, Aster. This situation stunned Noah. "What are you all doing?" Noah's voice seemed to have solidified the entire chaotic battle, causing everyone present to stop what they were doing and look over at the same time. "Lord Noah!" Yair-Bade hurriedly called out. "Please be careful." However, at the same time that Yair-Bade spoke, the Demon Slayer, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled and shot out. After drawing a perfect arc, it swept towards Noah's direction. This scene made the guardians, led by Yair-Bade, and even Sebastian and the combat maids, who were waiting on the side to provide support, go crazy. Don't even think about it. At this moment, everyone seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards Noah with all their might. Under such circumstances, Noah frowned and stretched out his hand towards the Demon Slayer that was shooting towards him. Thus, the shining silver holy sword that was shooting towards Noah suddenly spun and fell into Noah's hand like a chick returning to its nest. Noah tightly grasped it. This unexpected turn of events made the top combatants of Nazaric's underground tomb, who were madly charging towards Noah as if they were going to use their bodies to block Noah's path, freeze. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they stopped in their tracks. As for the holy sword that was blooming with bright silver light, it seemed to be extremely docile and gradually withdrew its light. Seeing this, how could the people in the underground tomb of Nasaric not understand what was going on? Of course, Noah looked at Yair-Bade with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" "No. That." The evil aura emitting from Yair-Bade's body slowly dissipated as he pointed at the Demon Slayer in Noah's hand with an uncertain expression. Just now, that strange weapon flew out from the Autarka's bedroom. Seeing that Yair-Bade still seemed to be unable to react, Demiurgos stepped forward and respectfully spoke. "It's like this, Lord Noah. Just now, the maids were planning to clean up the Autarka's bedroom. Who would have thought that a weapon would suddenly fly out from the Autarka's bed? We were worried that it was something harmful to the Autark, so we planned to subdue it." Hearing this, Noah more or less understood what had happened. Chapter 1164. In the morning, after gathering all the guardians in Yair-Bade, Annabelle informed Noah to head to the throne room. Since Aster was still sleeping soundly, Noah didn't want to wake her up, so he left her behind and headed to the throne room alone. After all, there was an unbreakable contract between Noah and Aster. No matter how far apart they were, as long as Noah didn't leave this world and go to another world, he could use the power of the contract to summon Aster to his side. Of course, Aster could also use her own will to come to Noah's side through the contract. That was why Noah was relieved to leave Aster in his bed. However, what Noah didn't expect was that the people in the tomb didn't know Aster, let alone that Aster was lying in Noah's bed. Therefore, when the two met, there would naturally be all kinds of misunderstandings. Now that they saw the Demon Slayer obediently held in Noah's hand, the people in the Nasaric graveyard understood what was going on. The sword that suddenly flew out of Noah's bed was Noah's possession. As expected of the Supreme One, demiurgos said in admiration. Only Lord Noah, the ruler of Nazarik's underground tomb, could possess such an extraordinary item. The NPCs in Nazarik's underground tomb nodded in agreement as they looked at Noah with admiration in their eyes. It wasn't like Yggdrasil didn't have weapons that would automatically attack the enemy. For example, Enzurk-Yoshizi's staff had an automatic attack system that could deal a heavy blow to a thief with bad intentions. However, the NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nasarik were shocked by the power of the Demon Slayer. Just now, the ones who faced the Demon Slayer were the guardians of the great underground tomb of Nasarik who had the highest combat strength. Although they hadn't used their full strength yet, including Yair-Bade, a total of 6 guardians were still unable to take down the Demon Slayer. One could only imagine how powerful it was. It was definitely a weapon comparable to a world-class item. That was what everyone thought. And it was precisely because of this thought that the scene that happened next shocked everyone. After understanding the whole situation, Noah silently raised the Demon Slayer in front of him. "Aster, why don't you explain?" Just when everyone was confused about why Noah was talking to his weapon, the Demon Slayer that Noah raised in front of him blossomed with a bright light. Immediately after, the shining silver holy sword slowly disintegrated into light particles and flew around Noah's body. Then, they gathered next to Noah and gradually turned into a human form. Elegant silver-white waist-length hair flowed down her soft and slender body. Aster, who was still wearing his usual Alicia Elven Academy uniform, floated down from the light and landed beside Noah with the tip of his foot. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, everyone was stunned. The weapon turned into a human. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the NPCs in the Nasarik underground tomb, Aster glanced at Yair-Bade and spoke with an expressionless face. "That woman over there wanted to crawl into Master's bed, so I turned into a sword to chase her out." Noah first sighed, then reacted, and looked at Yair-Bade suspiciously. "Why is your first thought to chase her out?" "Yair-Bade, why did you crawl into my bed?" Yair-Bade didn't answer this question. Yair-Bade was staring blankly at Aster. His finger was trembling as he pointed at the elven girl with a holy aura. His voice was somewhat distorted. "A girl?" It wasn't just Yair-Bade. Even Zaisha was glaring at Aster, her face twitching. In other words, the one lying in the Supreme's bed wasn't a weapon, but a girl? Apart from Yair-Bade and Zatia, everyone else stared at Aster in a daze. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Of course, unlike Yair-Bade and Zatia, everyone else was just shocked. They were shocked that a weapon could turn into a human. "Right, I haven't introduced her to you yet." Noah shook his head and looked at everyone present. To put it simply, Aster is a type of elf that can transform into a weapon. She has formed a contract with me and become my weapon. From today onwards, you must treat her as a companion. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nasarik bowed respectfully. "As you command." Only Yair-Bade and Zatia's beautiful faces contorted when they heard those words. She can become Master Noah's weapon. She can even crawl into Master Noah's bed. That means, last night, Master Noah slept with this girl. Zatia's beautiful face was like a chameleon. Her eyes protruded, and the corners of her mouth cracked and twisted crazily. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Seeing Zatia's beautiful face twisted like that, Noah was frightened. Bang! Just as Noah was frightened by Zatia's appearance, a loud sound suddenly erupted. As a result, the entire room started to shake and shake violently. This time, everyone was frightened. Noah looked at the source of the loud sound in bewilderment. Then, the scene that entered his eyes made the corners of his eyes twitch. He saw that there was a huge hole in the wall where Noah was looking at. In front of the wall, Yair-Bade said with a gentle and beautiful smile. "What's wrong, Master Noah?" As he said this, blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed his gentle and beautiful smiling face red. Noah felt like he was in a bad mood. That hole in the wall couldn't have been created by Yair-Bade's head, right? That was such a big hole, but he only bled so little. Could it be that the skulls of the aliens in Nazarik's underground tomb were all so tough? No, that wasn't the most important question, but why did Yerbet use his head to hit the wall? However, Noah's intuition told him that it was best not to care about this question. Otherwise, he would definitely lose something very important. Noah awkwardly changed the topic. In short, Aster, you can't attack the people here in the future. They are all companions, understand? Yes. Aster was still expressionless, but she leaned her body against Noah and held Noah's hand tightly. I'm Master's sword, everything is as you wish. In an instant, Noah even heard a "kacha" sound, as if something had cracked. Then, Noah, who turned his head in fear, saw it. Yerbet and Satya, who had their heads lowered, emitted evil auras, as if their bodies were shrouded in the flames of anger and jealousy. This made Noah even more certain. He absolutely couldn't care less about Yerbet and Satya. Otherwise, he would definitely lose something very important. Rubbing his eyebrows, Noah ignored Yerbet and Satya, who were full of resentment, and said weakly to Seabass. Seabass, get someone to clean up this place. Yes, sir. Sebastian bowed and led the group of battle maids to leave respectfully. Before leaving, Annabelle seemed to have been secretly casting obscure glances at Noah in the team of battle maids. Presumably, the conversation in the morning was still bothering this battle maid. I've only been in this world for 2 days, and there are already so many problems to solve. Noah smiled bitterly, pulled himself together, and said to Demiurgos beside him, don't worry. Let's go inside and talk. Yes. Demiurgos nodded respectfully. Chapter 1165. Grassland? In the luxurious office in Noah's room, Noah, who was listening to the report from Demiurgos after he went to the surface to investigate, showed a thoughtful expression. In other words, the great underground tomb of Nasarik is now in a grassland that stretches as far as the eye can see. There are no creatures nearby. Due to time constraints, your subordinate has only scouted the area within 1 kilometer of Nazarik's underground tomb. I haven't had the time to explore the area beyond 1 kilometer. Demiurgos bowed slightly as he spoke. However, there is indeed only a grassland within a 1 kilometer radius of the great underground tomb of Nasarik. There are no man-made structures at all. At most, there are some insignificant small animals moving about. Is that so? Noah looked forward. There, with Yerbet as the leader, a group of guardians were present. Like Demiurgos, they all bowed slightly to show their respect to Noah. Looking at the 6 guardians in front of him, Noah fell into deep thought again. In the great underground tomb of Nasarik, there were not many full-leveled NPCs, but there were also quite a few. However, it did not mean that the combat power of these NPCs was the same even if they were of the same level. In fact, these NPCs had already been materialized into real living beings. Rather than calling them NPCs, it would be more accurate to call them players. They could also wear equipment. They could also use items. They could also think for themselves. They could also fight independently. Naturally, the combat power of the NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nasarik was different according to their equipment, skills, magic, and even their specialization. Zaisha was the true ancestor of vampires. Not only was she fully equipped with legendary-grade equipment, but she also had a divine weapon, the Pipette Pike, that could absorb damage to her opponent and use it to recover her stamina and injuries. She was the strongest one-on-one in the great underground tomb of Nasarik. Cositas was an insect warrior and wielded 21 weapons. He was one of the 4 NPCs that were most proficient in melee combat in Nazarik's underground tomb. He had the strongest ability to use weapons and had the strongest attack power. He was a true warrior. Yapi was a dark elf. In terms of individual strength, he was at the bottom of the Guardians. However, he had the ability to control hundreds of high-level magical beasts and strengthen the magical beasts. By controlling them, he was able to suppress the other Guardians. He was the strongest existence in group battles. Ma was the same as his twin sister. They were both dark elves and specialized in nature magic that manipulated the earth and plants. They were the strongest magicians among the guardians. Demiurgos was a demon. He was the military advisor of the guardians and the commander of the defense against external enemies. He had various special abilities such as ruling spells, as well as the smartest mind. On the other hand, Sebastian, who was the butler of Nazaric's underground tomb, was a dragonborn. In Nazarick, he was even stronger than Cocytus in terms of combat ability. As for the chief guardian, Bade, he had the strongest defense in the entire Nazarick underground tomb. With his entire body covered in heavy armor, Bade's defense could be said to be impeccable. That was why Bade was arranged to be in the throne room. The first person that Noah saw when he arrived in this world was this chief guardian. Because of that, Noah agreed to Demiurgo's request to go to the surface to investigate. This most astute military counselor should know very well what kind of action to take under different circumstances. It's great that I didn't directly descend in a place where people live. Noah shrugged. But I don't know where to find traces of people. If I can't find them, it'll be troublesome. After all, if he wanted to understand this world, he had to first interact with people. Although hiding in the grassland might be able to minimize the influence of Nazaric's underground tomb on this world, once Noah left, he didn't know what would happen to Nazaric's underground tomb. Therefore, it was necessary to connect Nazaric's underground tomb to this world. Y'all, Marley. Noah looked at the dark elf twins. Is there any way to find people? In Yggdrasil, the elves were the same as the magical races in the Dungeon Search for Magical Encounters world. They were the traditional elves in the fantasy world, unlike the elves in the sword dance of the elves, who were similar to the elementals. As dark elves, although Yal and Marley were abnormal creatures, their abilities were somewhat similar to traditional elves. For example, Marley was the strongest magician, and he was very good at earth and nature magic. Other than being a beast tamer, he was also very good at scouting and hunting. His movements in the forest were very nimble, and he had a permanent skill that allowed him to use his breath to release negative effects such as charm, poison, and so on. He was the king of the forest. If he wanted to find people, Noah would ask the two dark elves. Lord Noah, do you want to find people? Yal's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand like a primary school student. I can let the magical beasts under my control search on the surface. If that's the case, forget it, Noah rejected without hesitation. If you want to send a large number of people to search, I would have let you bring the abnormal creatures in Nazaric's underground tomb to search. Why would you wait until now? Yal was like a listless puppy, and his head drooped. Then. That. Ma said nervously. But, you can use long-distance scouting magic to search, oh? Noah's interest was piqued. Do you know that kind of magic? Marley was like a frosted eggplant, and he became listless. Evidently, Marley, who was good at earth and nature magic, did not know the kind of intelligence magic or support magic. What a loss of composure, Cossiter exhaled white air, and said in the style of a pure warrior. We gathered almost all the guardians, but we can't share Lord Noah's burden. This is an unprecedented loss of composure. That one sentence made all the guardians lower their heads in shame. I'm sorry, Lord Noah. Zacia seemed to be in low spirits. We can't share your burden. As a guardian, we are too incompetent. Bade was also self-deprecating. We have let down the Supreme Venerable's expectations of us. Don't make it sound so serious. Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's only because I've restricted your actions in all aspects. Otherwise, such a small problem could be solved at any time, right? You don't have to take it to heart. With that, Noah stood up. Let me take a walk on the surface. Hearing this, the guardians were shocked and hurriedly spoke. This. How can we trouble the Supreme Venerable to personally take action for such a small matter? That's right. Please leave it to us. We'll definitely give the Supreme Venerable a satisfactory result. All right, stop making a fuss. Since it's a small matter, there's no reason to make a fuss about it and decide who should do it, right? Noah said in an unquestionable tone. Furthermore, the Nasaric underground tomb has just been materialized in the game. There are no shortcuts in terms of management and operations that can be automatically carried out by the system. You have to summarize the specific management and operations of each floor. The Guardians were instantly speechless. In that case, please at least let me go with you. Yair stepped forward and pleaded with all his might. There's no reason to let the Supreme Venerable go to the surface alone without any guards. The other Guardians nodded repeatedly. Only Zaisha was somewhat unwilling and seemed to want to go with Noah. Unfortunately, Yair, who had impenetrable defense, was the right choice for a Guardian. This matter concerned the safety of her master, so Zaisha wouldn't throw a tantrum here. This time, Noah was at his wit's end. Chapter 1166. No matter which world one was in, the sky was indispensable. In this world, there was also a clear sky. At a certain moment, in the thick clouds, an arc made of bright gold and emerald gems flew out, leaving behind 2 long tails and 2 dazzling jets of light. Like a fighter jet, it streaked across the sky with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. That was naturally the Vimana. On the deck of the Vimana, Yair curiously observed his surroundings while looking at the sky that was receding at an extremely fast speed. He clicked his tongue in wonder, then turned his gaze to Noah, who was sitting on the throne in boredom. His cheeks suddenly became flushed and intoxicated. As expected of the supreme ruler of the great underground tomb of Nasaric. Only such a tool that can allow one to fly in the sky can match your might. In Yggdrasil, it was not that there were no magic spells that could allow people to fly. However, there were no means of transportation or magical tools that could carry people in flight. What's more, the Vimana's appearance was indeed quite good. Not only was its entire body made of gold, even its wings were made of gems. Together with the throne, there was no other tool more suitable to be used as a transportation tool for people with extremely high status. After all, the noble artifact named Vimana was a flying device that even the proud and arrogant hero king used as a vehicle, so it was naturally of a high standard. Of course, Noah did not use the Vimana to show off, but to use it as a transportation tool. Seeing Yair looking at him with an infatuated and intoxicated expression, and with a flushed face, Noah really did not know what to say. Although it was a good thing to be infatuated with such a peerless beauty, Noah could not feel happy at all. There was no other reason other than Yair infatuation was too sudden. Noah had only come to this world yesterday, and it was also yesterday that he met Yair. But from the first time they met, Yair had this attitude. How should he put it? On the bright side, it could be said that Noah had experienced the feeling of being loved at first sight. But on the downside, wouldn't he feel that this was too sudden and unacceptable? Of course, as mentioned earlier, it was a good thing to have a peerless beauty so infatuated with him, no matter how sudden it was. However, Yair infatuation always made Noah think of someone. Freya. She was known as the goddess of love and goddess of beauty. She also possessed a peerless beauty that no one else could reach. She was the peerlessly beautiful goddess who had expressed her admiration for Noah without any scruples when they first met. When Noah looked at Yair, it was as if he was looking at the shadow of that beautiful goddess. He couldn't help but feel awkward. It must be known that Noah did not have a good impression of her. It was Yair's gaze. Fortunately, although Yair's gaze towards Noah was no less infatuated and passionate than Freya's, it did not have Freya's extremely blatant possessiveness. Otherwise, Noah would really have to keep a respectful distance from Yair. However, he would still feel awkward. At that moment, Noah could only helplessly call out. Yair. Yes. Yair immediately responded in high spirits. What are you doing? Noah asked somewhat dispiritedly. Do you even need to ask? Yair put on a praying posture, but his face was flushed as he stared at Noah with an intoxicated look. Of course I'm admiring the Supreme Lord Noah's figure. If you want to look at me, you can look at me anytime, right? Noah could not help but cover his face. Is it necessary to keep staring at me like this? Of course it's necessary. Yair Beatty said this without hesitation. If I miss seeing the Supreme Lord for even a second, my heart will feel as if it's splitting apart. If it's 10 seconds. No, more than 5 seconds, then I'll definitely die of sadness. Is that so? The corners of Noah's mouth twitched. But our mission this time is to look for signs of human habitation, not to look at me. If you keep staring at me like this, how are you going to find any traces of human habitation? That's true. Yair Beatty seemed to have just remembered the main mission, and looked extremely regretful and reluctant to part with it. Although I really want to continue admiring Lord Noah's figure, if I don't complete the mission given by Lord Noah, then I'm not qualified to be called a virtuous wife. Virtuous wife? Noah smiled embarrassedly and muttered. Shouldn't I be an assistant or something like that? No. Yair Beatty said in a resolute tone, as if this was the correct way to go. I'm a virtuous wife. Yair Beatty's resolute manner made Noah feel that this was the correct way to put it, and he suddenly felt extremely shocked. Could it be that this is some kind of skill or magic that affects one's mind and will? Does it have to be so dangerous? At this moment, Noah suddenly caught a glimpse of a forest below. To be more precise, he caught a glimpse of a village in the middle of the forest. It was a village with wheat fields all around it, and it was filled with the atmosphere of the countryside. It wasn't very civilized, but it gave off an aura of life. When he saw the village, Noah's eyes lit up, and he stood up. Yair Beatty, is that a village? Yair Beatty was stunned at first, but when he saw the village in the middle of the forest, he immediately smiled. Yes, Lord Noah, we found the village. Noah suddenly smiled. However, immediately after, the smile on Noah's face froze, and he frowned. This was because the situation in the village in front of him was somewhat inexplicable. From Noah's angle, he could clearly see that there were ant-like black dots running out of the houses, and they seemed to be in a panic. Other than these black dots that seemed to be in a panic, there were also black dots that were moving at an extremely fast speed from all directions of the village, constantly chasing after those black dots that were in a panic. What's going on? Noah felt that something was strange, and he controlled Vimana to lower its altitude. Not long after, Noah's pair of pitch-black and deep eyes began to reveal a terrifying expression. He saw that the black dots that were running out of the houses were villagers wearing crude clothing. As for the black dots that were chasing after these villagers, they were all wearing heavy full-body armor, holding sharp knight swords in their hands. They were mounted on horses, and they were constantly swinging their blades at the villagers. Every time a knight swung his sword, a villager would fall. The villagers had no strength to resist, and could only desperately run away. Under this inhumane massacre, the entire village seemed to have turned into a purgatory. An atmosphere of terror and panic filled the air, and there was even a hint of despair. Looking at the appearance of those fully armed knights, they shouldn't be bandits or robbers, but soldiers from somewhere, right? Soldiers slaughtering ordinary villagers. Humph, Noah coldly snorted. Yair Beatty, let's go down. Yair Beatty was startled, but soon after, as if he had thought of something, he asked doubtfully. Could it be that Sir Noah wants to save those inferior creatures? Lower-class creature? Noah looked at Yair Beatty. Don't forget, I'm also one of those inferior creatures you speak of. How could that be? Yair Beatty hurriedly said. Sir Noah is different from those humans. Just like the undying aliens, some are only low-level, while some are high-level. Naturally, Sir Noah is not one of those useless inferior creatures. Indeed, among humans, there are some existences that are not worthy of pity even if they die. Noah glanced at Yair Beatty. However, before I see it with my own eyes, I will not categorize everyone as hopeless. Whether or not they are useful, I will use my own eyes to judge. After saying that, Noah noticed something. In a corner of the village, a pair of sisters broke through the encirclement and escaped into the forest. However, behind the sisters, there were two knights chasing after them. Seeing this, Noah no longer hesitated. Thus, the Vimana floating in the air suddenly trembled, and like a sharp arrow, it flew in the direction of the forest. Chapter 1167. Ha! 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 Her breathing became more and more hurried. Thump! 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 Her heartbeat that only she could hear. Ah! Screams of agony came from her hometown that was getting further and further away. Stop right there. Don't even think about running away. The knights with a ruthless aura roared as if they were urging death to come closer. Every roar seemed to be telling the young girl, Enli, a fact. Even though her legs were trembling from running, her stamina was getting exhausted. Not long after, as a normal village girl, she could only welcome the hell that had slowed down a little. If Enli was alone, perhaps she would have already broken down and given up on running away. She would have accepted her fate and accepted her death in despair. However, the slender hand that Enli held tightly in her hand became Enli's motivation to not give up. That hand belonged to Enli's little sister, who was only 10 years old. It was this little sister who was 6 years younger than Enli that made Enli unable to give up easily. Ha! 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 Her breathing became more and more hurried. Sweat had already soaked Enli's clothes on her back. Even Enli was in such a state, let alone her little sister who was only 10 years old. Ah! At a certain moment, the little sister suddenly staggered and let out a sorrowful cry, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, due to her young age, her little sister was very light. Enli, who had to farm every day, could easily pull her up and not lose her balance. However, this situation would undoubtedly make Enli anxious. Nim! Hurry! Let's keep running. N. The little girl called Nim nodded repeatedly as if she was about to cry. However, at the next moment, the voice that represented death rang in Enli and Nim's ears in exasperation. Run? Where can you run to? The voice made Enli and Nim's body stiffen instantly as they looked behind in fear. Over there, the two knights who were holding their blood-stained swords, and their armor and helmets were also stained with blood. They were angry because of the unnecessary pursuit and had already arrived behind the sisters. Damn it! One of the knights mercilessly raised his knight's sword towards Enli and Nim, who had stopped moving, and spat out some words of fury. How dare I waste my time on such a little girl? Looking at the blood-stained sword that was raised up high towards her, Enli's mind had already turned blank. She could only tightly hug her terrified little sister and close her eyes. In the next moment, the blood-stained sword that was raised high fell directly. Just as Enli and Nim were waiting for their impending death and pain, a faint sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar, darting between a pair of knights and a pair of sisters. Clang! The sound of steel colliding with steel echoed in the air and entered Nim's and Enli's ears. Enli and Nim opened their eyes in horror when they didn't feel the excruciating pain they had imagined. He saw a figure. A figure with his back facing Enli and Nim was facing the knight who was swinging his sword. The two knights suddenly stiffened. Because even if the knight's sword couldn't cut through steel like mud, it could still easily cut through flesh and bones, but it was blocked by a single hand. That hand didn't wear any armor. That hand didn't cast any magic. However, it was such a hand that the knight's sword couldn't even leave a scratch on its skin. In a crisp clashing sound, the sword was blocked by the hand. Bang! There were no premonitions. Just as the two knights were stunned by the unrealistic scene in front of them, following a heavy muffled sound, the knight whose sword couldn't cut through the skin on the bare arm was sent flying and smashed into a nearby tree. The force was so great that the tree that was smashed directly broke and slowly fell down. As for the fully armed and heavily armored knight, he slid down the broken tree trunk and fell to the ground. His head tilted to one side and he stopped breathing. Upon closer inspection, a huge dent was imprinted on the chest of the knight's armor. With such a powerful force, it was impossible for the knight to survive even if he wanted to. Looking at this scene, the other knight was completely stunned on the spot and lost his ability to react. Li and the Nim sisters were also stunned and couldn't move. Until a somewhat displeased voice sounded. It seems that after the ability value update, I can't control the increase in physical strength. Opening and closing his clenched fist slowly, Noah lifted his head and looked at the remaining knight who was staring at him blankly. Then, he said faintly, "Don't worry about me. Forget it, a guy who can even kill innocent women and children without mercy, presumably, there's no need to be merciful." This sentence finally awakened the remaining knight. "You." The knight took a step back and roared fiercely. "Who are you?" Hearing this, before Noah had time to speak, a sharp voice that seemed to be able to tear through the air sounded. "Just a lowly creature. Who allowed you to speak to Sir Noah in that tone?" The moment the words fell, a flash of light slashed across the knight's neck. Poochie. Accompanied by a crisp tearing sound, the knight's neck spurted out a large amount of blood. After a moment of stiffness, he fell to the ground. As for the part above the knight's neck, it was thrown high into the air and fell in front of Li and Nim. After spinning a few times, it stopped. Li and Nim finally let out a cry of grief. Amidst Li and Nim's cries, a fully armored figure walked out from the side of the forest. It was a figure wearing a pitch-black color that covered its owner's entire body, not revealing a single bit of skin. Its appearance looked like a demon, and even its palm was covered by a metal glove with sharp claws. It didn't give off a heavy feeling, instead, it gave off a slender feeling. At a glance, one could tell that it was a female's armor. "I'm very sorry, Sir Noah." Bade's pleasant voice came from under the full helmet with sharp horns. "Although it's just a group of lowly creatures, but just in case, I still feel that it's better to put on the armor, so I spent some time preparing. Originally, this kind of insect shouldn't be dealt with by Sir Noah himself." "No, your consideration is not wrong, there's no need to apologize." Noah shook his head, then looked at Li and Nim, and said, "Are you okay?" Li seemed to have realized that she was saved, and raised her pretty face that was extremely pale due to the overly bloody scene. I'm fine, is that so?" Noah nodded, then turned around. "Then you guys stay here. Before this matter is over, find a place to hide so that you won't be targeted again." After saying this, Noah was about to walk towards the direction of the village when Li's emotional voice came. Thank you very much for saving my life. Please save my parents. My parents are still in the village." "Still in the village?" Noah's footsteps paused, and glanced at the pale but emotional Li. "I will save everyone in your village. If your parents are still alive, then they will naturally be fine." After saying this, Noah didn't stay any longer, and directly walked towards the direction of the village. "Thank you." Li's pretty face that was crying tears of joy from surviving a disaster immediately lowered. "Thank you." Under the gaze of Li and Nim, Noah brought Bade and left the forest. When Noah and Bade arrived at the village, the massacre was still ongoing. Fully armed knights were either on horseback or running, with ruthless laughter, as if they were enjoying the desperation of the fleeing villagers. They constantly swung the swords in their hands, bringing forth bursts of crimson blood. Looking at this scene, Noah's heart gradually turned cold, and he slowly walked forward. Wang! A burst of shocking magic suddenly rose from Noah's body. Chapter 1168. When an astonishing amount of magic power gushed out of the space like a tidal wave and spread in all directions, whether it was the knights who were enjoying the slaughter or the villagers who were fleeing for their lives, they could clearly hear a trembling sound. Amidst the clear tremors, the storm surged from Noah's body like a storm, turning into a substantial shockwave that shook the surrounding mana. With a bone-chilling chill, it shrouded the hearts of everyone present. As a result, the knights who were laughing recklessly all trembled in their hearts, their faces stiffened, and they all stopped what they were doing, turned their heads in horror, and looked towards the direction of the forest. There, Noah seemed to be shrouded in a light beam that set off a frenzied airflow, step by step, walking towards the direction of the village. In the next second, a cold voice reverberated, and very clearly drilled into the ears of everyone present. Do you feel so happy attacking the villagers who have no power to resist? That cold voice directly pierced into the hearts of every knight present, awakening the most fundamental emotion in their hearts. That emotion was called fear. If enjoying other people's grief, despair, and death is such a joyful thing, then please let me experience it a little bit. Saying such a sentence, Noah slowly raised his head. Although, I have no interest in it. The moment the words fell, Noah slowly raised his face, a pair of dark and deep eyes suddenly flashed with a cold silver-white luster, dyeing Noah's pair of eyes into a completely silver-white color. The knights who were stared at by that pair of ice-cold silver-white eyes only felt a shadow of death burst out from their hearts, causing their faces to become deathly pale in an instant. At some point, such a voice rang out. Quick! Run! This sentence directly ignited the whole atmosphere that had become cold and piercing to the bones. But, it was already too late to escape at this time. Crack crack, such an extremely abrupt sound suddenly appeared in the space. It was like the sound of thick ice gradually condensing. In such a condensed sound, the knights were horrified to find that they couldn't move. Because, the feet that the knights used to move were constantly turning into heavy steel at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually spreading to the bodies of the knights. No! 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 Spare us! The knights who collapsed first only had time to let out such a scream, and then, their entire heads turned into heavy steel, and their bodies directly turned into statues, no longer making a sound. Help! Help! No! God! God! Please save us! The knights who were further away also gradually turned into cold steel as they shouted towards the sky with teary faces. In less than 3 seconds, Zhang Xian was stunned. In the open space of the village, the knights who were still enjoying the wails and screams of others 3 seconds ago, turned into steel statues in the end, listening to their own screams and screams. The faces of the statues made of cold steel still vividly showed the fear and despair that these knights involuntarily revealed a second ago. That scene was enough to make any timid person unable to sleep in the middle of the night after seeing it. Then, the knights who were lucky enough not to be turned into steel by Noah's cold smelting were only the 4 or 5 knights who were the furthest away and not in Noah's sight. However, those 4 or 5 knights were obviously scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. Their companions who were enjoying the pleasure of chasing their prey with them a few seconds ago, at this moment, directly turned into cold steel statues with fear and despair. The fear in the hearts of these knights was imaginable. Escape. This was the first thought in the hearts of the 4 or 5 knights who survived. However, undoubtedly, there was a strong urge to escape, but the feet of those 4 or 5 knights were trembling all the time, and they couldn't move at all. There was no other way. Because, no one knew whether they would slowly turn into cold steel like their companions the moment they turned around. No. It should be said that these knights were very clear about it. The moment they ran away, their own death would immediately come. This was the real reason why these knights felt despair and fear. Under such circumstances, Noah, whose eyes were still flashing with cold silver light, turned his head and looked at the 4 or 5 knights. The fear that accumulated in the hearts of these 4 or 5 knights finally burst out in one breath. A man who was obviously the captain of these knights let out a sharp cry of fear. You guys go. Charge. Stop that man. Don't let him come near me. This sentence clearly showed the selfish side of this knight captain. I'm not someone who can casually die here. Stop him for me. Stop him. Under the hysterical screams of the knight captain, the rest of the knights couldn't even move. They could only cry for their mothers and fathers. God! Why don't you save us? Undoubtedly, we are so pious. Why? God! The knights' cries for their parents made Noah's cold silver eyes show some disgust. Pious? That's right, these knights should be considered pious, right? In the last moments of their lives, they were still praying to God. If they weren't desperate, then they really wanted to be saved by God. But it was also because of this that these knights didn't feel any guilt when they attacked ordinary villagers who didn't have the ability to resist. After all, they all believed that they, who believed in God, would be forgiven in the end no matter how abominable their crimes were. With such a twisted belief, the knights brandished their swords without any guilt. It was simply disgusting. With such feelings, Noah's pair of eyes gradually returned to their original pitch-black depth, and the vibrating magic on his body also gradually retracted. He turned around and no longer looked at those disgusting knights. Yair bade, deal with them. These words made Yair bade, who had been standing beside Noah, raise his head. In the gap between the eyes of his heavy helmet, a scarlet light flashed, as if representing joy. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge axe suddenly appeared in Yair bade's hand. He bent his body, and like a bullet, he shot out violently, rushing towards the screaming knights with an evil aura. A flash of light suddenly appeared in the air. Poochie! 4 or 5 heads suddenly flew into the air, splashing a large amount of blood along the way. The battle ended in an instant. Afterward, Noah found out that this village was called Khan Village, and it was located in the forest 10 kilometers away from the underground tomb of Nassarik. In the center of Khan Village, there was a square. At this time, a group of villagers who were lucky enough to survive all knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in gratitude towards Noah. Fei. Thank you very much for saving us. The leader was naturally the village chief of Khan Village. He was a middle-aged villager who was at least 40 years old. Kneeling on the ground, the village chief even pressed his head against the dirty ground and said in a sincere voice, "If it wasn't for you, sir, none of us would have survived. I'm really grateful." Behind the village chief, a group of villagers who survived the disaster also more or less expressed their gratitude towards Noah with joy and sorrow. Joy was naturally for the result of their survival. Sorrow was for the family members who did not manage to escape the night's massacre and died. Among them were Anli and Nim. The pair of sisters were lying on top of their parents' corpses, crying bitterly. Noah was unable to save Anli and Nim's parents. It was not because Noah could not save them. It was because before Noah arrived, in order to buy time for the sisters to escape, Anli and Nim's parents fought with their lives and stopped the knights. Otherwise, with just Anli and Nim, how could they successfully escape into the forest? Looking at Anli and Nim who were crying loudly, Noah sighed. Forget it. Let's be a good person until the end. Chapter 1169. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Noah separated the crowd and brought Yair bait to Anli and Nim, who were crying over their parents' corpses. Woo! Woo woo woo! Although Anli and Nim noticed Noah's arrival, the grief in their hearts could not stop their tears. They could only look at Noah, bite their lips, and hold back their cries. Under such circumstances, Noah looked down at Anli condescendingly and uttered such words. Do you want to resurrect your parents? That one sentence made the entire space that was filled with cries suddenly become deathly silent. Anli's crying also stopped abruptly. With a beautiful face full of tears, she looked up and stared blankly at Noah, murmuring. Resurrect? That's right, resurrect. Noah said faintly. I have a way to resurrect your parents. After saying that, Noah raised a hand. Wang! In the midst of the trembling sound, golden ripples undulated from above Noah's hand, and a short staff fell into Noah's palm. It was about 30 centimeters long, the color of ivory, and the front part was decorated with gold. The staff was engraved with strange runes, and it was filled with a holy aura. It was the resurrection staff. Lord Noah. Seeing this scene, the fully armed Yair bait let out a surprised and puzzled voice. Don't tell me, you want to use precious magical tools for these low, ordinary villagers? From Yair bait's voice, Noah could hear a strong sense of confusion and doubt. However, that was understandable. In the game Yggdrasil, the most important tools were scrolls, short staffs, magic sealing crystals, and so on. This was because these tools were magical tools, and they could be used to activate the magic that the tool itself carried. Among them, scrolls and magic sealing crystals were one-time consumables that could be thrown away after use. On the other hand, short staffs and magic staffs were tools that could be used to cast spells that were equivalent to the number of times they were stored. That is to say, if there was a short staff or magic staff that stored up 10 times of casting magic, then when the user used this tool to cast magic 10 times and used up all of the stored magic, this short staff or magic staff would disappear. Therefore, although magic tools such as short staffs and magic staffs were also consumables, compared to single-use scrolls and magic sealing crystals, their value would vary according to the number of spells stored. Of course, there were also factors such as the type and level of the spell. I have to mention it here. In Yggdrasil, there were a total of 11 levels of magic. Of course, even if it was a one-time use magic item, if the magic carried within it was not only a type of magic item that could display extremely precious effects, but also a high-level magic item, then it would definitely be more precious than a low-level magic item such as a short staff or a magic staff. Although the resurrection spell in the Staff of Resurrection was only a low-level resurrection spell, the resurrection effect was already quite precious. Furthermore, it was a short staff-type magic tool. If one were to say that it was precious, then it was indeed precious. Especially now that this was no longer a game, there was no way to obtain these items from Yggdrasil. Only the items that Noah obtained in the treasure hall were left. Once they were used up, there would be nothing left. After all, although Noah's Gate of Babylon could automatically replenish consumable items, it could only replenish those items that were in the treasure vault from the beginning. For example, Noah obtained items from the treasure hall in the underground tomb of Nassarik and stored them in the Gate of Babylon from other places. Items that were not in the Gate of Babylon from the beginning could not be automatically replenished. In this way, the rarer an item was, the more valuable it was. Since it was a consumable item, and its effect was to resurrect the dead, it naturally made the value of the Staff of Resurrection extremely precious. In Yeerbaid's mind, humans were just a group of worthless inferior creatures. Using a precious resurrection item to resurrect some ordinary villagers was really unwise. Of course, this so-called wisdom was based on rationality. And rational judgment was never a reason for Noah to give up. Yeerbaid, Noah said as he played with the Staff of Holy Light in his hand, as if he was talking to himself. If, one day, I died in front of you, how would you feel? That's impossible. Yeerbaid said without hesitation. As a supreme sovereign, even if I have to cut my body into pieces, I will not let your life be threatened in the slightest. That's why I said, if, Noah said with a wry smile. If I died in front of you, how would you feel? Yeerbaid lowered his head. After a while, his whole body started to tremble, as if he couldn't imagine such a scene, and he started to sob. I don't want Lord Noah to die. I'm the same. Noah sighed and looked at Enli, who was staring blankly at him. No matter who you are, there are people who are extremely important to you. Regardless of race or other viewpoints, Yeerbaid, if I were to die in front of you one day, and a lowly human in your eyes had a way to revive me, wouldn't you have the extravagant hope that this person could revive me? Lord Noah. Yeerbaid was at a loss for words. I know that you're not a bad person. You're just too stubborn in your point of view and mentality, Noah said as he patted Yeerbaid's shoulder. So, let's put ourselves in your shoes. Wasting a resurrection item in exchange for peace of mind is not a bad idea, right? As expected of the benevolent and merciful Honorable Supreme. Yeerbaid's voice returned to normal, and he lowered his body in the most respectful and reverent manner. If this is the Supreme's decision, Yeerbaid will naturally not have any objections. Hearing this, Noah smiled and looked at Enli. How about it? Do you want to resurrect your parents? Only then did Enli react, and she became excited. Can you do such a thing? If you're asking whether or not I can do it, then my answer is yes, Noah said without any change in his expression. So, what's your choice? Please resurrect my parents. Enli moved her knees and knelt in front of Noah, kowtowing repeatedly. I beg you, please resurrect my parents. At this moment, the surrounding villagers also reacted, and they all kowtowed one after another. Please, please resurrect our family. We also beg you. No matter what price we have to pay. We're all willing. I beg you, please. Alright, stop kowtowing. Noah laughed bitterly. Gather all the dead people together, and then move aside. Without any hesitation, everyone moved, and gathered the dead people in front of Noah, and then retreated to the side with a hopeful and uneasy expression. Noah nodded, and raised the short staff in his hand. Clang! Suddenly, the jewel inlaid on the tip of the short staff emitted a dazzling light, and it emitted the most concentrated holy aura, which filled the entire area. All the villagers present blocked their eyes with their hands to block the dazzling light, but their eyes were fixed on the corpses, and their eyes and faces were full of nervousness. Under such circumstances, the holy aura that filled the entire area covered the corpses, causing them to emit a faint, soft light. In the next second, everyone saw it. On the corpses that were emitting a faint, soft light, the fatal wounds disappeared one by one. When the light dissipated, the short staff that was emitting a dazzling light also calmed down. Bang! The short staff, which had calmed down, directly shattered into pieces. And the corpses, one by one, moved their fingers slightly, and slowly opened their eyes. The villagers' faces flushed red. Then, shocking cheers resounded throughout the entire village. Chapter 1170. Thank you. Thank you so much. In one of the houses in Khan village, the village chief bowed his head and thanked Noah, who was sitting opposite him. His tone and expression were full of gratitude and respect. Thank you for saving our entire village. Lord Noah. Noah sighed as he looked at the village chief, who bowed his head and thanked him. Alright, if you want to thank me, you've already thanked me so many times. It's time to stop, right? But. The village chief glanced at the fully armed Yair and said with shame. You seem to have wasted an extremely precious magical tool in order to save the villagers. We really don't know how to repay you. We can only offer you the highest level of gratitude. That was the truth. Although the village chief was truly grateful, at the same time, he was also worried that he wouldn't be able to compensate Noah for wasting an important resurrection tool. Needless to say, Khan village was relatively poor. It was so poor that the village didn't even have a real weapon. The only thing they had were hoes and other items that had an extraordinary relationship with crops. Under such circumstances, not to mention a precious resurrection tool, even the lowest level magical tool was too extravagant for the Khan village to be equipped with it. So, how could the poor Khan village repay Noah? Of course, they could only thank him with all their might, right? After understanding this, Noah spoke helplessly. Village chief, you don't have to worry about this. Although it is a rare resurrection tool, it isn't as precious as you think. Besides, I have more than one. This sentence was half true and half false. Perhaps, in the game called Yggdrasil, magical tools that only had the effect of low-level resurrection spells weren't very precious. But now, in reality, even a magical tool with the effect of low-level resurrection spells was relatively precious. However, just like what Noah said, he did obtain a lot of magical tools with the effect of low-level resurrection spells in the underground tomb of Nassarik. After all, the treasure hall in the underground tomb of Nassarik was the result of the hard work of the entire Ains ul Gong. In Yggdrasil, the guild called Ains ul Gong was one of the strongest guilds at its peak. The treasures that such a guild had accumulated over the years were unimaginable. Just look at the piles of gold and silver treasures and items in the treasure hall. In addition, there were only a total of 200 world-level tools in the entire game, and the guild called Ains ul Gong had more than a dozen of them. One could imagine how many treasures of other levels they had accumulated. Aside from the gold and silver treasures that only had monetary value, almost 70% of the treasures in the treasure hall had been taken by Noah. There were indeed many magical tools with the effect of low-level resurrection spells in the treasure hall. After all, in Yggdrasil, magical tools with the effect of low-level resurrection spells weren't very precious. They could only resurrect low-level characters. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a collector in Ain's Ul Gong, these magical tools might not have appeared in the treasure hall. The only resurrection item that could truly catch the eye of Ain's Ul Gong was probably the highest grade resurrection item that could allow one to resurrect without any conditions, costs, and losses. Noah also had a similar type of precious resurrection tools. Compared to those, the resurrection short staff that only had the effect of low-level resurrection spells wasn't considered precious. In exchange for a peace of mind, Noah felt that it was worth it. "If you really want to thank me, then please fulfill my request," Noah said to the village chief. "We actually came from a faraway place, and we are not familiar with the situation in this area. So, if you can tell us some information about this place, we will be very grateful." "Of course, no problem," the village chief quickly replied. "No matter what you want to know, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you." Noah nodded and began to ask questions. As time passed, Noah gradually began to understand what kind of world he was in. Simply put, this was a world that was somewhat similar to but different from the looking for a chance encounter in the dungeon world. The similarity was that in this world, there weren't only humans, but also other races. For example, in this world, there were races that were classified as humans such as dwarves and elves. For example, in this world, there were also races that were classified as subhumans such as goblins, orcs, and ogres. What surprised Noah was that in this world, there were even races like the mutants in the underground tomb of Nassarik. For example, vampires, slimes, zombies, and so on. It was like a world with a hodgepodge of races. The difference was that in this world, the relationship between the races could only be described as bad. Humans would treat the goblins, orcs, and ogres as magical creatures. Demons would also treat humans as targets to hunt. As for the xenomorph species, they treated both of them as targets to be slaughtered, vividly displaying the saying, "Those who are not of my race must have a different heart." The status of humans in this world was quite low, and their forces were also the weakest. Humans were not like those subhumans, who were born with physical advantages. Other races also had more or less innate advantages. If there was any advantage that humans had, it was probably that they were quite developed in the degree of wisdom. Therefore, in this world, the status of humans was not high, and their forces were not wide. They were a very weak race. According to the village chief, he only knew information about 3 human countries. The first one was the Restige Kingdom. Khan Village and the underground tomb of Nassarik were all within the borders of this kingdom. The second one was the Bahaz Empire. It was a country that was always at war with the Restige Kingdom. The remaining country had extraordinary faith in the so-called God, and advocated the supremacy of humans, and advocated the elimination of all races except for humans. It was called the Celian Theocracy. The Restige Kingdom. The Bahaz Empire. The Celian Theocracy. 3 countries was the limit of the human countries that the village chief knew. As for the other countries and the countries of other races, as the village chief of a rural village, the village chief did not know much. After understanding this, Noah nodded. "In other words, we are now within the borders of the kingdom?" "Yes." The village chief first answered respectfully, then he clenched his teeth and said with some resentment. "And those knights who slaughtered the villagers in our village, the armor they wore had the emblem of the kingdom, so they should be soldiers of the kingdom." Noah smiled at the village chief's words but didn't say anything. Noah did not think that those knights were soldiers of the kingdom. There was no other reason. Before those knights died, they all expressed their faith in God. As for the country that had faith in God, the village chief had just said that it was the Celian Theocracy. Armor and emblem could be faked. The faith that prayed for God's protection before death could not be faked. Therefore, those knights were not soldiers of the kingdom, but people of the theocracy. As for why they would disguise themselves as people of the kingdom and slaughter the people in the kingdom, it was most likely for political reasons. Did my unintentional interference interfere with the power struggle between countries? Noah tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically and narrowed his eyes. It seems that this matter is far from over. At this moment, a villager rushed in a flustered manner and said loudly, "Village chief. Not good. There seems to be a large group of soldiers on horseback approaching the village." "What?" the village chief cried out in shock. They had just been massacred by a country's soldiers, and now there was another group of soldiers. The village chief and the villagers were in a mess. Noah was the only one who pursed his lips as expected. As expected, it won't end so easily. Chapter 1171. When Noah brought Yair-bed out of the village head's house and arrived at the Khan village's square, most of the villagers had already gathered there. Moreover, they all had panicked looks on their faces, causing the scene to appear somewhat chaotic. When Noah and Yair-bed appeared in the square, the villagers of Khan village were overjoyed and looked at Noah for help. The poor group of ordinary villagers who had been living a poor but peaceful life suddenly suffered a devastating blow. If it weren't for Noah's help, the entire Khan village would have been slaughtered. Now, they finally heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the disaster, only to discover that a large number of soldiers were approaching Khan village. It was already quite amazing that they were only flustered and didn't panic. Of course, the reason why the villagers didn't panic was also because Noah was still in Khan village. To these extremely ordinary and poor villagers, Noah, who could get rid of so many knights in the blink of an eye and resurrect the dead, was no different from a god. Therefore, the villagers here believed that as long as Noah was willing to help, Khan village would definitely be able to survive again. Noah shook his head and said after taking in the villagers' pleading gazes, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let you go. We can't be sure if the other party is planning to harm Khan village, so you don't have to be so worried." After saying that, Noah looked at the village chief. "Dismiss everyone here and find a place to hide first. I'll stay with you and see what kind of people they are." After hearing Noah's words, the village chief and the villagers were slightly relieved. Then, without the need for the village chief's instructions, the villagers scattered one by one and hid in their houses. They shut their doors and windows tightly and gave the vast square to Noah, Yair-bed, and the village chief. Noah, Yair-bed, and the village chief stood side by side in the square and looked into the distance with different expressions. Noah's expression didn't change at all. He was still as calm as ever. Yair-bed's expression couldn't be seen because he was fully armed. However, he held the giant axe tightly in his hand and was ready to protect Noah under any circumstances. The village chief was the only one who looked uneasy. However, no matter how uneasy he was, time still passed by bit. Not long after, the chaotic sound of horse hooves stomping on the ground in front of them caused a cloud of dust to slowly spread out, causing a group of people to appear before everyone's eyes. They were all mounted on horses, but their equipment was not uniform. They were all equipped with different equipment. Some were wearing leather armor, while others were wearing chain mail. They looked like field troops, and there were about 20 to 30 of them. The group of cavalrymen riding on horses stirred up dust and sand. They carried a murderous aura as they entered Khan village and arrived at the square. Nay! Under the gazes of Noah, Yair-bed, and the village chief, the cavalrymen, who looked like a field army, stopped in the square in an orderly manner. They looked very well trained. Then, a man riding a horse left the group and slowly came in front of Noah, Yair-bed, and the village chief. This man was probably the captain of this group of cavalrymen. He looked to be above 30 years old and not yet 40 years old. His body was quite tall and sturdy, and he was a standard burly man. Moreover, Noah could sense an aura and boldness from him that was completely different from that of ordinary soldiers and cavalrymen. Come to think of it, such a burly man was definitely not as simple as an ordinary soldier captain. Yair-bed also seemed to have clearly sensed this unusual aura. Although he did not sense any threat from this burly man, Yair-bed still tensed up his body and moved closer to Noah, just in case. Just like this, the burly man rode his horse and came in front of Noah, Yair-bed, and the village chief. He looked down at the three of them. "I am the captain of the warriors of the Rystich kingdom, Gejef Stolanov. Under the king's orders, I am patrolling the villages in order to suppress the imperial knights who are causing trouble nearby. The words of the burly man, who called himself Gejef Stolanov, startled the village chief. The captain of the kingdom's warriors. Obviously, the village chief knew about this man named Gejef Stolanov. Unfortunately, Noah and Yair Bed, who had just arrived in this world not long ago, were confused. I only heard about it. The village chief seemed to have thought about Noah and quickly explained. The captain of the kingdom's warriors is currently in charge of commanding the elite soldiers directly under the king. He is the strongest warrior in the Ristage kingdom. The strongest warrior? Noah looked at Gejef Stolanov with interest. The strongest warrior? Yair Bed also looked at Gejef Stolanov, but he turned his head away after a while. Gejef Stolanov and the village chief, who were not familiar with Yair Bed, naturally thought that it was because Yair Bed's personality was too cold. Noah was the only one who knew that Yair Bed was slightly relieved. Although Gejef Stolanov's aura and courage were indeed extraordinary, and he was definitely not an ordinary warrior, neither Noah nor Yair Bed felt threatened by Gejef Stolanov. Although Gejef Stolanov was very powerful compared to other people, he was only able to enter the eyes of Noah and Yair Bed. He was far from being a threat. If such a person was the strongest warrior in the kingdom, then it was natural for Yair Bed to feel relieved. After all, this meant that at least in the kingdom, no one could pose a threat to them. Gejef Stolanov, who did not know this, just shook his head. It's only because of His Majesty's kindness that I was able to become the chief warrior. I can't be considered the strongest warrior. In this kingdom, there are many people who are stronger than me. While saying this, Gejef Stolanov's gaze was fixed on Yair Bed. There was no other way. Yair Bed's armor looked a little dangerous and eye-catching. In response, Noah seemed to want to divert Gejef Stolanov's attention. He suddenly said, "Is the chief warrior here to patrol? It's a pity that you came a little late." Hearing this, Gejef Stolanov's expression froze. Just as Noah had expected, he shifted his gaze from Yair Bed to Noah, and his gaze became extremely sharp. Did something happen in this village? Just as you said, there were people causing trouble here. Noah shrugged as if he did not notice Gejef Stolanov's sharp gaze. The villagers were almost slaughtered. If we did not happen to pass by, I'm sure that the village you saw would not be intact, right? Is that so? Gejef Stolanov's expression darkened slightly as he looked straight at Noah. Did you save this village? I just couldn't bear to see it. Noah nodded. I hope it's not a busybody. Gejef Stolanov's steel-like expression immediately eased a lot. He flipped off his horse and came in front of Noah, bowing deeply. How could it be a busybody? Thank you very much for saving this village. Seeing Gejef Stolanov's extremely sincere attitude, Noah's expression also eased a lot. As the chief warrior of the kingdom, even if Gejef Stolanov's identity and status could not be compared to the royal family, he should still belong to the privileged class. For such a person with such a high status to thank Noah so much for saving an insignificant village, it was enough to see Gejef Stolanov's character. With this thought in mind, Noah took a deep look at Gejef Stolanov and said, "But, Mr. Stolanov, is it really the Empire's knights causing trouble around here?" This sentence made Gejef Stolanov's eyes flicker slightly. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "That's what the report said." In other words, until now, Gejef Stolanov had not encountered the so-called Empire's knights. Is that so? Noah also pondered for a moment, and then suddenly said, "Mr. Stolanov shouldn't be a person who attracts hatred easily, right?" Gejef Stolanov's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and then his expression changed, and he became silent. Seeing this, Noah seemed to have understood something and smiled slightly. If that's the case, you have to be careful. Gejef Stolanov still remained silent for a long time. Chapter 1172. After that, Gudjefu decided to ask the village chief some questions in order to find out more about the knights massacring the villagers of Khan village. Under such circumstances, Gudjefu was invited into the village chief's house. The cavalrymen that Gudjefu brought with him scattered around the village to keep watch. Noah, on the other hand, was strolling on the streets of Khan village with Yair Bade. After such a huge incident, the villagers of Khan village naturally couldn't live as they usually did. All of them hid in their houses and wouldn't come out unless something urgent happened. Moreover, the villagers who were resurrected wouldn't be alive all of a sudden. They still needed to be taken care of. In addition, the cavalrymen that Gudjefu brought with him were patrolling the village. The bloodstains left behind by the so-called Imperial Knights could be seen everywhere. Naturally, Noah and Yair Bade couldn't see anyone as they strolled along the streets. There was no one around. Yair Bade finally seemed to be willing to speak. He walked half a step away from Noah and spoke softly. "Sir Noah, did you discover something?" Noah turned his head and looked at Yair Bade. "Didn't you discover anything?" Yair Bade seemed to hesitate for a moment. He didn't know if he should say what he thought. "Sir Noah, are you referring to the fact that the Imperial Knights are most likely people from the Siuyen theocracy in disguise? You saw through it as well?" Noah spread his hands. "Then, why did you ask me if I discovered anything?" "Because the conversation between Sir Noah and that human seemed to be a little strange," Yair Bade said cautiously. "So, I was wondering if Sir Noah had discovered anything else." "It's not really a discovery, right?" Noah scratched his cheek. "I just have some other guesses." "Guesses?" Yair Bade asked in confusion. What kind of guesses are you referring to?" "That's the motive of the theocracy's soldiers who pretended to be Imperial Knights." Noah didn't hide anything and smiled at Yair Bade as if he was keeping him in suspense. "What do you think is the purpose of those theocracy soldiers pretending to be Imperial Knights?" Noah's question made Yair Bade's heart tremble slightly, and he became highly focused. To Noah, this was perhaps just a casual question. But for Yair Bade, who viewed Noah as his master and had to be loyal to him, he had to do his best in order not to disappoint his master. Thus, as the chief guardian of Nazarik's underground tomb, Yair Bade focused his mind and began to think quickly. After a while, Yair Bade gave his answer. If this subordinate's guess is correct, there should be two purposes for the soldiers of the cult to disguise themselves as Imperial Knights. "Oh?" Noah asked curiously. "Tell me about it." "One of them is to sow discord between the kingdom and the empire," Yair Bade said. "The theocracy has its soldiers pretend to be Imperial Knights and slaughter the kingdom's citizens. This will incite the kingdom's hostility towards the empire and cause the two kingdoms to fight each other. Once the kingdom and the empire have expended a large amount of resources and manpower, the theocracy will launch an attack. That way, it will be able to easily annihilate the two kingdoms and expand its own influence." "That's not a bad idea," Noah nodded and said. "At first, that's what I thought as well." "At first?" Yair Bade noticed the key words in Noah's words. "In other words, Lord Noah doesn't think so now." "That's right," Noah said as he continued to walk forward. "The village chief said that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire is very bad, and there are wars all year round, right?" Noah only gave him this hint, and Yair Bade immediately understood. "I see," Yair Bade said in realization. "The relationship between the kingdom and the empire has always been very bad. Even if there's no need to sow discord, they are still in war all year round. If the theocracy wants to reap the benefits without doing anything, then there's no need for it." "That's it," Noah casually kicked away a small stone on the side of the road and said unhurriedly. "That's why I've eliminated this guess. There's only one remaining possibility. The theocracy wants to use the empire's knights to harass the kingdom's borders and force the kingdom to react to this matter." Yair Bade explained Noah's guess as well as his own. "For example, luring someone out of the kingdom or something like that." "Smart." Noah was not stingy with his praise as he smiled at Yair Bade. As expected of the guardian of the great underground tomb, Yair Bade. "It seems that I can trust you with a lot of things." "Thank you for your praise, Your Eminence," Yair Bade said in a voice that was filled with joy from the bottom of his heart. "Compared to me, Lord Noah must have already predicted all of this. My performance is nothing." I'm not as great as you make me out to be. Noah was amused at first, then he glanced at the village chief's house. Now, you should understand why I asked the kingdom's warrior that question, right? Yerbade nodded in understanding. Just like what Yerbade said, since the theocracy didn't want to sow discord between the kingdom and the empire, the theocracy must have wanted to use this opportunity to force the kingdom to react in a way that would satisfy them. For example, to eliminate the empire's knights that were harassing the borders, the kingdom's warrior captain would be sent out. In other words, the theocracy's goal was very likely to be Gujiefu. The kingdom's strongest warrior, Noah said with a half-smile. With such a title, it's impossible not to be targeted, right? Humans are indeed a bunch of stupid, inferior creatures, Yerbade blurted out without using his brain to filter his words. Killing each other for power, what a worthless and stupid thing to do. Hearing this, Noah could only smile bitterly. Yerbade, I'm also a human. How can you compare the Almighty Supremes with those inferior creatures? Yerbade said in a tone without a trace of confusion. Lord Noah is different. Different? Perhaps? After all, ordinary people couldn't be like Noah, who had a strong connection to the world, and they couldn't be like Noah, who had the 3 great constitutions. From this point of view, Noah really couldn't be considered a human. At the very least, he was definitely not an ordinary human. However, Yerbade really looked down on humans. Even though he was slightly persuaded by Noah after the resurrection, his view of humans didn't change much. Of course, Noah didn't want Yerbade to change his view of humans. Although Noah was a human, he never thought of blindly supporting the entire human race. In Noah's eyes, the issue of race wasn't a big deal. The important thing was whether or not he could resonate with it. Ordinary villagers like Onli, who were simple and honest, would cry bitterly after encountering such a big change. Anyone with a bit of compassion would want to help her. Noah chose to resurrect the villagers mostly for this reason. As for those knights who enjoyed waving their blades at innocent people, no matter how tragically they died, no matter how tragically they cried, it wouldn't arouse the slightest bit of sympathy from Noah. Noah looked at things like this and just followed his heart. Otherwise, if he was really obsessed with race, Noah wouldn't have accepted the aberration tomb in Nasariq. As such, as long as Yerbade wasn't like those bloodthirsty people and didn't kill without reason, it was fine as long as Noah didn't want to see the desecration of life. As for his view of humans, Noah didn't want to change Yerbade's view. At this moment, Noah suddenly felt a strange feeling. It was as if something was spying on him. At that moment, Noah stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look into the distance. At the same time, Yerbade, who had stopped with Noah, emitted an evil aura. Who dares to spy on the great tombs of Nasariq? You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Chapter 1173. At a place not far from Khan village, a man was closing his eyes. It was a middle-aged man who didn't look particularly outstanding, but there was a scar on his face. He was around 30 or 40 years old. At this moment, the middle-aged man was emitting a magical wave that was hard to identify. He was obviously using some kind of magic. Around this middle-aged man, there were people dressed like clerics. They were waiting for the middle-aged man to lead them. If it was someone who knew the ropes, they would be able to more or less guess the background of these people just by looking at their priest attire. Syrian theocracy. It was a country with a strong religious atmosphere and believed in God. This country believed in the 6 great gods that descended into this world a few hundred years ago. Because there were so many different gods, the gods that the people in the theocracy believed in were naturally different, resulting in the theocracy being divided into many factions. In the Syrian theocracy, there was a special intelligence unit called the 6 Color Scriptures. These special intelligence units were mainly involved in various kinds of work that were closely related to the country's policies and were indispensable. Now, the people who looked like priests gathered here were one of the 6 color scriptures of the Syrian cult, the Holy Scripture of Sunlight. The basic mission of the special intelligence unit called the Sunshine Scriptures was to annihilate the villages of the demi-humans. Because the Selian theocracy advocated the supremacy of humans and advocated the elimination of all races other than humans, the Sunshine Scriptures had the most combat opportunities among the 6 special intelligence units of the Selian theocracy. However, the number of people in this special intelligence unit was relatively small. Including the preparatory members, the total number of people was less than 100. In other words, those who could join the Sunshine Scriptures were the elites of the elites. Of course, the so-called elites were also relative. In this world, because of the variety of races, all kinds of strange powers existed. Among them, martial arts and magic were the mainstream. Magic was needless to say. Martial arts were skills that only powerful warriors could use. In this world, those who could use magic were usually called magic chanters. To a warrior, the so-called martial arts techniques were as important as magic was to a magic chanter, having an effect similar to magic. For example, martial arts that could strengthen various aspects of the body. For example, martial arts that could attack in a wide range. For example, a martial skill that could allow one to slash at a speed that exceeded human limits. For example, a martial skill that could be used as a sure kill skill. And so on and so forth. The numerous martial arts techniques created the creatures in this world. Even if most of them were unable to learn magic, they could still be active as warriors. Martial techniques, on the other hand, were not differentiated by levels. However, in this world, magic has an extremely strict hierarchy based on the concept of rank. To be able to join the Scripture of Sunlight, one must be able to cast at least a third-order spell. Most spellcasters were only able to cast spells of the first order. Spellcasters who could cast spells of the second rank were considered rare among them. Magicians who could cast spells of the third order were considered to be the highest level of magic that ordinary magicians could learn. If they could surpass the third order and use fourth order magic, then this magic chanter would become a precious trump card of the human race. After all, in this world, it was generally believed that magic above the 7th grade could never be mastered by humans. Among humans, the highest level of magic that could be used was the 6th grade. From this, it could be seen how rare it was to have a magic chanter who could cast spells of the third order. The Scripture of Sunlight, on the other hand, had close to 100 people in its intelligence unit. It was conceivable that if they were to encounter the Scripture of Sunlight, even the demi-human tribes would not have a good ending. And now, such a unit had come for one person. That person was the captain of the Rystich Kingdom's warriors Gejif Stolanov. Noah and Yair Bade's guess was correct. The reason why the Siren theocracy had disguised their soldiers as imperial knights was to lure Gejif out. However, in this process, there was an accident. Before Gejif arrived, the soldiers that the Siren theocracy had used to disguise themselves as imperial knights suddenly disappeared. Because of this, the Scripture of Sunlight's captain, Negan, was using a long-range intelligence-type magic to check the situation in Khan village. But at a certain moment, Purgatory, whose body was emitting faint mana fluctuations, suddenly opened his eyes and staggered backwards with a look of horror on his face. What was that? That terrifying aura just now. Just a moment ago, when Negan was using a long-range intelligence-type magic to check the situation in Khan village, he coincidentally saw 2 people. A man with black hair and black eyes. A fully armed woman. This man and woman, when Negan saw them, almost at the same time, they raised their heads and looked in his direction. Then, a terrifying evil aura suddenly erupted from the fully armed woman's body. What kind of aura was that? Negan did not know. Negan only knew that in that instant, the shadow of death shrouded his heart, causing his soul to scatter as he dispelled the magic. The members of the Sunshine Sacred Scripture, who didn't know this, looked at Purgatory in confusion. However, Negan did not have the spare energy to pay attention to his subordinates, his shocked expression constantly changing. It had to be said that Negan was indeed a decisive person. Change of plans. Negan gritted his teeth and ordered in a low voice. We are retreating. This sentence naturally attracted a large wave of confusion. At this moment, the quality of the Scripture of Sunlight was displayed. Even if they were full of doubts, the surrounding members of the Scripture of Sunlight did not hesitate and followed Negan, preparing to retreat. Unfortunately, in this world, although the Scripture of Sunlight was very powerful, it did not mean that it could come and go as it pleased. Retreat? Just as the members of Sunshine Scripture were about to retreat, a voice that sounded like a smile slowly rang out. Since we have been lying in ambush here for so long, isn't it a little bad to leave without leaving anything behind? Such a sudden voice, like a drop of cold water, directly penetrated into the hearts of all the people present at the Sunshine Scripture. Who? Negan fiercely turned his head and swept his gaze around as he sternly asked. Who is it? Come out. Not only Negan, even the surrounding Scripture of Sunlight's members tensed up as they swept their eyes around as if they were facing a great enemy. In the next second, Negan seemed to have felt something as he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. There, two figures were floating in the air as they looked down at everyone below. Negan could even see them. On one of the two figures, a pair of deep, pitch-black eyes met, and a silvery white cold luster flashed within them. In that instant, Negan felt his hands and feet turn cold. His intuition told him. If this continued, he would definitely end up in an incomparably miserable state. Without any hesitation, Negan shouted. Summon angels. Almost as soon as Negan's voice fell, the Scripture of Sunlight's members reached out their hands as light blossomed from them. Wang! Following a series of vibrations, magic formations appeared in front of the clerics and imprinted themselves on the ground. Inside, white figures slowly appeared one after another. They were figures that looked like mechas. They were clad in pure white armor and had shining wings on their backs. They also held light swords that seemed to be made of flames in their hands. That figure was indeed like what Negan had said. It was similar to a pure angel, but it looked like a man-made object. Attack! Negan spat out words filled with killing intent. Everyone attack! With that, the existence that Negan called angels flapped the wings on their back as they held the flame swords in their hands and shot into the sky. Chapter 1174. Whoosh! The whistling sound of the wind was incessant in the air, as if it was lingering in Noah's ears. Hovering in midair, Noah looked down at the scene of the numerous angels rushing toward him. The cold silvery white luster in his dark, deep eyes became even more intense. Upon closer inspection, Noah was able to hover in the air not because of Hermes' boots, but because of a necklace around his neck. It was a pure white necklace that looked like one of the wings of a flying bird. This necklace was also a magic tool. There was only one magic in it. Flight. Originally, Noah already had similar or even similar items, so Noah didn't take them from the treasure hall in the underground tomb of Nassarik. However, because this magic tool didn't have a limit on the number of times it could be used, and Hermes' boots couldn't be worn continuously under normal circumstances, Noah put on this necklace after he obtained a large amount of treasures from the treasure hall in the underground tomb of Nassarik and always wore it. After sensing that there were people spying on him in Khan village, Noah immediately activated the flight of the magic tool. Together with Yair Bade, they flew over using the magic aura left in the air by Purgatory's long-range intelligence magic. Then, they saw the people from the Sunshine Scripture. Needless to say, Noah could guess who they were. These people had their eyes on Good Jefu and disguised as Imperial Knights to wantonly massacre the troops of the Seal Yen cult in Khan village. Noah narrowed his eyes when he saw the pure white figures that were called angels by Purgatory holding flaming light swords that looked like man-made mechas charging towards him. Wang! A pair of deep, dark eyes trembled and turned into a cold, silvery white color. In an instant, the angels charging in Noah's direction seemed to be frozen in space as they stopped moving. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the pure white angels' bodies began to be covered in a cold steel color, gradually turning into heavy steel. Not long after, they turned into statues made of pure steel. Peng, 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 peng. The next moment, the statues made of pure steel smashed into the ground one after another under the guidance of gravity, stirring up a series of dull thuds and a thick cloud of dust. Wah! Purgatory was shocked. What kind of magic is that? Not to mention purgatory, even the people from the Sunshine Scripture were in an uproar, their faces filled with shock. Not only because no one had seen this kind of magic before, but also because the angels were all taken care of in an instant. It had to be known that although those angels weren't real angels, they were still magical creatures summoned from the third level of magic. Magical creatures summoned from the third level of magic, and there were so many of them, but they were all taken care of in an instant? Could Gujiefu, who was considered the strongest warrior in the Liestage kingdom, do this? No. Definitely not. In other words, the level of this enemy that suddenly appeared was at least above Gujiefu's. You. Purgatory stared at Noah and spoke in a low voice. Who are you? Before he could finish speaking, Purgatory felt an extremely cold killing intent lock onto his body, causing his body to stiffen and his face to be filled with shock. This was because this cold killing intent was exactly the same as the evil aura that caused Purgatory's soul to scatter when he used a long-distance vision intelligence magic to investigate Khan village. At this moment, Purgatory finally noticed. Beside Noah, there was also a fully armed figure floating in the air. The ice-cold killing intent that had locked onto Purgatory's body came from that figure. Not only did you use magic to spy on our Honorable Supreme, you even used such a tone to speak to our Honorable Supreme. Yair Bade seemed to be enduring something as her delicate body trembled slightly. Her voice was like that of a malicious spirit, incomparably evil. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will definitely tear you to shreds, you lowly creature. Instantly, with Yair Bade as the center, the entire space darkened. A bone-chilling evil aura surged out from Yair Bade's body. Like a storm, the pitch-black evil aura caused Yair Bade's figure to suddenly become larger. It was as if an extremely large object was about to burst through the pitch-black armor and bring about an extremely despairing death. This caused everyone from the Sunshine Scripture to take a step back in horror. Even the people around him were in such a state. Negan, who was directly locked onto by Yair Bade's astonishing killing intent, felt even more indescribable. He felt as if all the blood in his body had turned cold, and his entire face had turned deathly pale in an instant. Damn. Damn it. Purgatory sensed that he, the leader of the Sunshine Scripture, actually felt such fear towards two people who he had only seen for less than 3 minutes. He resisted the urge to turn around and run. As he retreated, he reached into his clothes and took out an item. It was a piece of crystal. It had the shape of a glacier and was completely transparent. There was even a hexagonal crystal pillar embedded in the middle of the crystal that shone with an intoxicating radiance. Seeing that piece of crystal, Noah was slightly startled. This was because Noah had found many similar crystals in the treasure hall in the underground tomb of Nassarik. He had even kept all of them in his own treasure vault, and they were currently lying there. Magic sealing crystal. Magic sealing crystal. It was similar to magic tools like scrolls, short staffs, and magic staffs. It could be used to activate the magic sealed within. There was also a magic tool like Yggdrasil in this world. Lord Noah. Yair Bade also seemed to be surprised. Then, he held his giant axe and rushed in front of Noah. Please be careful. However, Noah's eyes flashed as he stared at Purgatory with his silver-white eyes. Crack. Purgatory raised the magic sealing crystal above his head and was about to use the magic tool. But just as he raised his hand, a strange sound came from his hand. Then, under Purgatory's gaze, the hand that was holding the magic sealing crystal suddenly had a cold metallic luster and slowly turned into heavy steel. Purgatory's eyes almost popped out. His empty hand clenched tightly onto the hand that was gradually turning into steel as he screamed. Hand! My hand! An indifferent voice responded to Purgatory's screams. I don't want that hand. Consider it the price for the villagers who were killed by you. As soon as the voice fell. Bang! Purgatory's hand that was gradually turning into steel suddenly exploded, turning into a pile of cold steel fragments that scattered all over the ground. The magic sealing crystal in his hand suddenly lost its support and fell to the ground. Ah! Purgatory's screams finally turned into cries of pain. He hugged his broken arm and let out a mournful wail. And Purgatory's miserable state caused the people from the Sunshine Scripture to panic. Ignoring the panic and fear of the Sunshine Scripture people, Noah glanced at Purgatory, who was hugging his broken arm, and said to Yair Bade, "Capture them all alive and bring them back to Nasarek. Interrogate them and we should be able to obtain quite a bit of information about this world." Yes. Yair Bade accepted the order without hesitation. He bent down and charged into the crowd like a ferocious beast. The battle ended in less than a minute. Noah landed on the ground and picked up the magic sealing crystal that had fallen in front of him. Noah, who was observing the magic sealing crystal, suddenly felt like he was being spied on. His brows twitched as he stretched out his other hand. A golden ripple rippled out and spat out a parchment-like scroll that fell into Noah's hand. Bang! The scroll suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes. Bang! At the same time, the sound of glass shattering could be heard from the sky. Immediately after, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. Surveillance by the theocracy? Noah looked pensive as he got up. Chapter 1175. One of the special intelligence units of the Celian theocracy, a powerful human team called the Sunlight Scripture, was completely annihilated in such a small village. Other than the Celian theocracy that sent out the Sunlight Scripture, no one else should know about this matter. Of course, it was also wrong to say that they were completely annihilated. With the idea of making use of whatever he could, Noah got Yair Bade to capture the people from the Sunlight Scripture alive and bring them back to the big tomb in Nazareth to obtain all the information about this world. This way, Noah did not need to personally investigate and inquire about every piece of information he obtained, which saved him a lot of effort. After handing this matter over to Yair Bade, Noah returned to Khan village alone. Initially, Yair Bade was quite opposed to this, as he felt that Noah could not be left without a single guard. In the end, it was Noah who persuaded him earnestly. Furthermore, the matter in Khan village was already over, and Noah promised that he would return to the big tomb in Nazareth after greeting him. Only then did Yair Bade reluctantly agree. Hence, Noah returned to Khan village. As he walked on the road to the village chief's house, he thought about what happened just now. So it was indeed the people from the Celian theocracy monitoring the actions of my subordinates, right? Before coming to this world, Noah had encountered all kinds of magical powers. However, the power systems in other worlds were not as troublesome as this world. For example, the power of intelligence magic that could perform long-distance detection and even perform long-distance vision to obtain all kinds of information from extremely far away was really too troublesome. However, such troublesome magic did not seem to be difficult to control, and seemed to be very versatile in this world. In this way, in order to avoid being targeted by people with ulterior motives, Noah had to consider all kinds of countermeasures. Fortunately, in Yggdrasil, all kinds of information-type magic were very common, so the defensive measures and methods were quite perfect. Although Noah had only obtained the general knowledge of the situation in Yggdrasil, he did not know how to deal with all kinds of magic. However, the underground tomb of Nasarek was once the stronghold of Ain-Zul-Gong. Presumably, it should have a complete understanding of how to deal with this aspect. When we get back, I'll have Yair Bade and Demiurgos come up with a plan to deal with this. After making up his mind, Noah suppressed the various thoughts in his heart and walked towards the village head's house. Right at this moment, a steely voice called out to Noah. "Your Excellency Dole." Along with such a voice, a vigorous figure drilled out from the side of the street and slowly walked towards Noah. Noah stopped in his tracks and looked at the newcomer. The newcomer was the kingdom's warrior captain, Gudjefu. "Your Excellency Dole hasn't left yet?" Gudjefu said to Noah with a smile that could be either friendly or profound. "When I couldn't find Your Excellency Dole, I thought Your Excellency Dole had already left. It's about time to leave." Noah smiled faintly. "What? Your Excellency warrior captain, are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Gojiefu also smiled, but his eyes were looking straight at Noah as if he wanted to see something from Noah. No, I just feel that Your Excellency Dole is indeed an amazing powerhouse. Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. Why do you say that? Noah's words made Gojiefu's eyes flicker slightly. After a moment of silence, he said so. Although I heard most of the process of Your Excellency saving this village from the village head and the villagers, after actually seeing it, I believe that anyone would think so, right? After saying that, Gojiefu glanced at one of the directions. Noah followed Gojiefu's line of sight and immediately understood what Gojiefu meant. In the square of Khan village, the cavalrymen that Gojiefu brought with him were carrying heavy objects. Those were statues. They were made of cold steel, as if they were the statues of the knights who were howling in despair and pain towards the sky or their surroundings. They were the soldiers of the Syrian cult who attacked Khan village and were directly frozen into steel statues by Noah's icy smelting, to disguise themselves as imperial knights. Everyone in the village said that Your Excellency Dole turned the knights who attacked here into steel in an instant. Gojiefu showed a sincere expression of admiration. Although they are just ordinary knights, to be able to do such a thing, Your Excellency must be an amazing magician, right? Turning a living person into cold steel in an instant. To be able to do such a miraculous thing, in Gojiefu's knowledge, only magic could do that. Therefore, in Gojiefu's heart, he had long regarded Noah as a magician. If it's possible, I hope to have a good discussion with Your Excellency. Gojiefu suddenly smiled. But, the imperial knights who rebelled have been killed, and I should return to the royal city to report. Why don't Your Excellency travel with me to the royal city? His Majesty would be very happy to meet a powerful magician like you, right? Gojiefu's words made Noah more or less tempted. Noah had just arrived in this world not long ago. Currently, he was in the same situation that he encountered every time he arrived in a new world. That was, his knowledge of the current world was severely lacking. If he could interact with the king of a kingdom, he should be able to obtain a lot of information, right? Therefore, accepting Gojiefu's invitation was definitely a good thing. If Noah was the only one who did it. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Noah shook his head and tactfully rejected Gojiefu's invitation. I still have some acquaintances to take care of, so it's not convenient for me to leave. The matter of the underground tomb in Nasariq had just been put on the right track. If Noah left at this time, there would be a lot of problems in the underground camp, right? Most importantly, Yair Bade and the other guardians would definitely not let Noah go to the royal city without doing anything. At least, they would not be at ease letting Noah leave Nasariq alone. If the NPCs in the underground tomb in Nasariq were to be allowed to travel with him, and if those NPCs were like Yair Bade and had a disdainful attitude towards humans, then there would be a lot of unnecessary trouble in the royal city. Because of this, Noah chose to reject. Is that so? Gojiefu said regretfully. That's a pity. This regret was real. As the kingdom's warrior captain, Gojiefu was known as the strongest warrior in the country. Although Yair Bade did not think highly of Gojiefu, this man was indeed a real talent. Gojiefu's years of experience and sharp intuition that had been cultivated through battles made him faintly feel that this magic caster who would help when he saw injustice was definitely not an ordinary person. If he had to give a reason, it would probably be the complete opposite of Yair Bade's. Yair Bade did not feel the slightest threat from Gojiefu. However, Gojiefu felt a suffocating sense of danger from Noah's body. Gojiefu chose to trust his intuition. Therefore, in Gojiefu's heart, Noah was not only a magic caster, but also a powerhouse who was far more powerful than himself. If he could recruit such a powerful magic caster to the king's side, then the situation of the kingdom that was deeply involved in the frequent wars with the empire would definitely improve, right? Gojiefu thought so. Of course, Gojiefu did not think that Noah alone could completely solve the national situation of the kingdom. Therefore, Gojiefu only felt regretful. Well then, Your Excellency Dole, let's part ways here. Gojiefu bowed in the direction of Noah. Thank you again for saving this village. After saying that, Gujiefu turned around and slowly walked towards the direction of the square. Watching Gujiefu's back gradually disappear, Noah folded his arms in front of his chest and smiled softly. He's a respectable person. It's worth it to indirectly save his life. Chapter 1176. After parting ways with Gujiefu in Khan village, Noah greeted the village chief. After the village chief thanked him profusely, Noah used the ability of the Ains Ur Gong ring, and directly teleported back to the big underground tomb in Nasariq. The ability of the ring called Ains Ur Gong ring allowed the user to teleport between named rooms in the big underground tomb in Nasariq for an unlimited number of times. It could even teleport from the outside to the inside of the tomb. Therefore, using the power of the ring, even if he was 10 kilometers away, Noah could instantly return to the big underground tomb in Nasariq. However, if you use the ring of Ains Ul Gong, you won't be able to teleport to the throne room and the rooms of the guild members of Ains Ul Gong. This included the room that Noah was currently living in. Therefore, Noah did not teleport directly to his room. Instead, he chose to teleport to the meeting room called the Round Table on the 9th floor of the basement. Then, he opened the door and walked in the direction of his room. In the big underground tomb of Nasariq, in addition to the combat maids of the Pleiades star cluster, who were used to defend against external enemies, there were many other maids and even male servants. The task of these people was naturally to take care of the cleaning and maintenance of the places that needed to be maintained and managed in the big underground tomb of Nasariq. After Noah came out of the round table, he met many maids and male servants along the way. After they respectfully saluted him, he returned to his room. Originally, Noah wanted to go to the bedroom to rest for a while and wait for the report that Yair Bade received from the people of the Sunshine Scripture. Unfortunately, before Noah could return to the master bedroom, there was a knock on the door. At that moment, Noah could only pull himself together and look in the direction of the door. "Come in." As soon as the voice fell, two people came in from outside. It was a combination of a man and a woman. As soon as they came in, the man and woman bowed respectfully in the direction of Noah. "Lord Noah, welcome back." "Yair Bade and Demiugos." Noah touched his nose. "I just came back, and you already found out?" "Sir Noah, are you tired?" Yair Bedard immediately looked at Noah with concern and guilt. "I'm really sorry to disturb Lord Noah at this time. If Lord Noah is tired, please return to your bedroom to rest. We'll take our leave first." Demiugos nodded in agreement. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with this at all. It was as if nothing was more important than Noah's matter. In this regard, Noah could only laugh and shake his head. "I'm not so tired that I can't squeeze out time. You have something important to report, right?" Yair Bade and Demiugos nodded at the same time. Noah scratched his cheek. "In that case, let's go to the office." "Yes." Jabez and Demiugos answered without any hesitation. Then, under Noah's lead, the three of them entered the luxurious office together. Noah sat down on the exquisite black leather chair and looked at Yair Bade and Demiugos. Yair Bade and Demiugos first looked at each other. Then, Demiugos took a step forward. "Lord Noah." Demiugos took out a document. "We have completed the statistics regarding the management and operation of the great underground tomb in Nasariq." "Oh." Noah was surprised. "That's fast." After saying that, Noah reached out and took the document that Demiugos handed to him. He began to flip through it. The great underground tomb in Nasariq was the base of a guild. Since it was the base of a guild, it needed various management and operations to maintain it. Using the great underground tomb in Nasariq as an example, there were not only NPCs in this base. There were also many aberrant monsters. Other than the 9th and 10th underground floors, there were a large number of aberrant monsters on each of the other 8 floors. They were directly controlled by the Guardians to defend against external enemies. Apart from the race, there were 2 types of monsters like this. One type was monsters that could automatically respawn. These monsters generally had very average attributes and levels. Their combat power was also very average. Even if they were killed, they could automatically respawn after a period of time. They were the standard soldiers. The other type was monsters that could not automatically respawn. The attributes and levels of these monsters were much higher than the average monsters. Their combat power was also the backbone of the core. They were the elites of the entire Great Underground Tomb in Nasarick. However, once these monsters were killed, they would need to pay a fee to be summoned. Therefore, the gold coins obtained in Yggdrasil could be used to purchase various equipment, items. They could also be used to maintain the base of a guild. For example, the cost of summoning high-level monsters that could not automatically respawn, the cost of activating magic in the base of a guild, the cost of resurrecting dead NPCs, and so on. There were all kinds of costs. Under such circumstances, gold coins were an indispensable and important resource for a guild. The problem of money was only one of the aspects of management and operation. As for the other problems, they could be solved through the system settings in the game. However, in this place, he had to do it himself. Therefore, the problem of money naturally had to be placed first. After flipping through the information in his hands, Noah was suddenly surprised. Here, you can make all kinds of items. Yes. Demiurgos immediately answered as if he had expected Noah to ask such a question. After statistics, we found that there are many servants with subsidiary professions in Nasarick. Not only are there lifestyle professions like chefs, but there are also professions that make all kinds of items. As long as you have enough money and materials, you can make all kinds of items. This was good news. After coming to this world, the various items from Yggdrasil no longer had a source of supply. If there was a way to produce them themselves, it would definitely be good news. The problem is the amount of money and materials needed, Demiurgos said. As for materials, because the former Supremes left behind a room that was specially used to manage and operate the Great Underground Tomb in Nasarick, there are all kinds of materials in the room, so there is no need for supplies for the time being. The problem lies in money. The expenses used to maintain the management and operation of the Great Underground Tomb in Nasarick were naturally the gold coins from Yggdrasil. However, in this world, there was no such thing as gold coins from Yggdrasil. We have confirmed that the gold coins from Yggdrasil can continue to be used to maintain the base, but we can't be sure if the general currency in this world can be used in this aspect, Demiurgos reported truthfully. If the money in this world can play the same role as the gold coins from Yggdrasil, then we can obtain a source of maintenance expenses from this world. If it can't be used, the treasures stored in the treasure hall will be the only source. We have to reduce unnecessary expenses. If it was the former, then in the future, they would have to find ways to earn money from this world to maintain the operation of the Great Underground Tomb in Nasarick. They could even continue to strengthen it. If it was the latter, then it would be a little troublesome. After all, there was no way to obtain the gold coins from Yggdrasil anymore. After understanding this, Noah muttered to himself for a while, then reached out a hand. A golden ripple fluctuated out from the space. Noah, who reached his hand into the golden ripple, took out a huge sack and threw it on the table, making a dong sound. Upon closer inspection, the sack was filled to the brim with gold coins. Although these gold coins don't belong to this world, they don't belong to the game either. Let's see if we can use these gold coins to pay for the maintenance of Nasarick's underground tomb, Noah said to Demiurgos. As for the money in this world, I will find a way to obtain it.